Charm is at the tail of what has become a well-strung outfield with Luis Negron in 49 model cruising along like a Cadillac. Blazing Charm blows by the stablemate and says bye-bye is going into second, but with a lot of work to do to catch this 49 model. Then we come back to Distinct Approval, Remarkable Charm from the back of the pack, perhaps for part of the ticket, chasing 49 model. Blazing Charm, blazing home, but no match for this very, very well-meant 49 model. Absolutely demoralizing them. 243. And did it go? Astronaut Oscar came out very, very nicely at 5-1 on the inside. And Alonso Quinones puts Astronaut Oscar, the Minnesotan, right on the lead. The bookender, Wild Behavior, clings to that one. Then it's Your Romantic to the inside of Tiger the Man. And on the wide side, Don't Forget is circumnavigating off a layoff. And the one here from Churchill Downs rolls up into third. Your Romantic now pinned to the inside. Then it's Make Me Blush. After that, Tiger the Meh, about to be overtaken by Samurai Cause. Samurai Cause 3-1, 8 lengths from the lead, but running on. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Wild Behavior in the leading man, 1.5, looking to extend a winning streak to 3. Inside, Astronaut Oscar. Outside, Don't Forget. Even wider out, Make Me Blush. Samurai Cause running on, but blocked, and they're into the final furlong. Wild Behavior still posing a very, very tough customer. Outside Astronaut Oscar, inside Samurai Cause, but it's Wild Behavior to get the money. And racing from the 4 spot, Kinetic Swagger with early lead swag. Outside of that, Super Constitution at 6-1. That one is joined by American Made, and between them is Bourbon Wisdom. Tuco Bay, the Minnesotan, at 3-2. Travels along just off the leaders and very tightly now off the heels of Kinetic Swagger, and Tuco Bay had to check just a tad, about 5 lengths from the lead. Then we come to Chest Candy to the outside of Longshot DC Hero. Behind them, Full Bridled Phantom, and they're all sardined together as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. The one loping along in last is Devil's Vision, about 12 lengths from the front, and they have less than a half mile to go in the Brady Poplar Says Goodbye Classic, and 4 are abreast, and leading them by an inch, Super Constitution, Kinetic Swagger to the inside. Far outside, Chest Candies bouncing into action, and between runners fighting on, American Made. Then it's Tuco Bay, Bourbon Wisdom, Rider as the yellow helmet cover blocked. Far outside, DC Hero at 1,000,000 to 1, making a 5-wide move. Then we come back to Full Bridled Phantom, and Devil's Vision can see them all. And as they head for the money, it is Kinetic Swagger, DC Hero outside, Tuco Bay inside, and between them is Super Constitution. Then we come back to Devil's Vision, absolutely surging from behind. Up goes Tuco Bay. Here's Devil's Vision, very late from the outhouse to the penthouse. Devil's Vision in time. racing. Sweet beginning for Romantic's Cha-Cha, now usurped by Grand Slam Home Run, who's incredibly fast. Grand Slam Home Run, Pearl Divine, they go 1-2. Then it's Janet's Rocket between them. Outside that gray is Drop O Chocolate. Then it's A Lot of Soul trying to get funky on the inside. 5 lengths behind that to Romantic's Cha-Cha, overtaken by In the Misty Moonlight. Then the final 2, Ultra Cordial and Exarban Summer is last and 15 lengths behind. Grand Slam Home Run at 2.5 to 1, swinging for the fences. Grand Slam Home Run by 3 from Janet's Rocket in second. Then it's a tired Pearl Divine. Outside of that is Drop O Chocolate, and a very late move on the inside from A Lot of Soul, but it's a move late in vain because Grand Slam Home Run put their backs against the wall and is gone. 1 and a wild photo. And they're racing. El Tizar, the speedy Minnesotan, popped out of the gate at 3 to 1, and El Tizar's right on the lead. Bring Me a Check prominent at 7 to 1, and as they spin around the turn for the first time, El Tizar goes quickly and leads it by 1.5. Still in second is Bring Me a Check. Right behind them is I'm a Cowboy 2, 4 lengths from that fast early pace as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. Then it's Tin Badge. The field is becoming well strung out. After that, classy Minnesotan Hot Shot Kid about 9 lengths out of it. That spot about to be usurped by Noble Pursuit, the 10 moving to the outside. Then we come to Summer Assault. Now the pace slows down into the far turn. Butler slowed it down, leading at 3/4. After that is Aubie Ridge, and the one in last is Fireman Oscar chasing fellow Minnesotan El Tizar. El Tizar from Bring Me a Check. I'm a Cowboy 2 looks to wrangle them in from 2 out of it, sequestered to the inside of Tin Badge. Then we come back to Aubie Ridge making a move from behind. Summer Assault pushed on very hard, closing in but with a lot of work to do, and El Tizar still trying to steal it. Meanwhile, Tin Badge at 12 to 1's making a massive move on the outside. El Tizar, Tin Badge looking to get that badge of honor, and it's secured. 5-3-8 in race 7. Eight in the gate, and they're racing. Wee Ms. Bernsey wins the start, quickly joined by Warren's Wish. Then on the inside, Lucky Mac at 44 to 1, trying to get lucky in the 8th at CBY. And with 7 furlongs to go, Lucky Mac opens a 2-length lead. Warren's Wish is next with That's All Right to the inside of the favorite. 2.5 lengths after that, it is Temple's Mon Chéri. Wee Ms. Bernsey advances to the outside of Tantima. Then we come back to Shay's Glory, and Ort's Dream is close, just about 7 lengths from the front. 8 covered by 7, and they have 5 to go. And they're chasing LAV, Luis Valenzuela, and Lucky Mac. Warren's Wish seems poised to pounce. The favorite is within a half at 6 to 5, and they head into the far turn. Now they're in perfect harmony. Right behind them, Wee Ms. Bernsey. That's All Right, sequestered. 1.5, 2 clear from Tantima. Then we come to Ort's Dream. Outside of that, Shay's Glory's going for a run, and Temple's Mon Cherie is back in last, and there goes Warren's Wish, taking the lead by a length and a half. Warren's Wish leads it around about the quarter pole from Wee Ms. Bernsey, and after that, Lucky Mac's long shot chances have been usurped as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and Warren's Wish is to win race 8, and Warren's Wish is being granted. Warren's Wish opens up by 6 and is gone. Warren's Wish scores race 8 and is home and cooled out. 5-4-7 in race 8. And they're racing. Zooming on by came out terribly. Meanwhile, the bookender, Juice is Loose, popped beautifully with Just a Family Tradition. And from the center, firing as he's a blues man. Outside of that, a Valiant Diamond. But the Juice is loose! And they're racing in the North Star State Futurity. Tight beginning for that too. Inside, Making Drama pop sweetly. So does Relentless Babe with Relentless Courage next to that one. Courage, Babe, Babe, Courage. Relentless Courage wins at even money. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Canterbury Park. We have some hot stakes racing this evening, about $250,000 in purses coming up later in the races. But we begin on a fast main track and a turf course that is. So let's get after it with these program alterations, get to those nice stakes races at the end. Race number 2, scratch number 4, Holy Muchacho. Race 2, scratch number 4, Holy Muchacho. That one begins the $1 pick 6 carryover pool, about $3,500. Pick 6, race 2 for $1. Sweet little carryover. Now in the 5th race, number 4, Henry O. Henry, races with blinkers on. Should be noted in your handicapping tools. Henry O. Henry, number 4, race 5, blinkers on. Race 6 on that firm turf course with the rail at 20's clean. Now in the 7th, also on the turf, fat purse, $36K. Scratch 7, defend the rose. Race 7, scratch number 7. Now to the stakes racing activity. And in the 8th race, number 1, Prankster, is ridden by David Pinot. Scratch 8, terrific effort. And 9, Moonin' Knockout, is picked up by Jonathan Dominguez. 9th race, the $83,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. Number 6, Jess Good Reason, is picked up by Ramiro Garcia. That's in race number 9. 10th race, big spot, $137,000. Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity. Good luck to all connections. And in this one, we go without 9, wildly favorable. Race 10, scratch number 9. 11th, the luckiest of all the lucky lasts. Number 2, DG Victory in Valhalla, is ridden by Randy Vega. Scratch number 4, Holly Jess's Sweet. And the owner for number 7 is the Dane Briones. That's race 11, fast and firm at Canterbury. Welcome to the races. Dust off those 10-gallon hats, shine those belt buckles for this evening. $250,000 in purse money for some stakes races coming up later. And we welcome you to Canterbury Park. Big spot race for 137 coming up later. But first, we have an awesome card of racing, specifically with our turf races, because you can close on the Canterbury Park turf course, and not a lot of racetracks are able to say that. Kelsey Haar, Devil Vision, back of the pack, and here's Devil Vision. You can see by the spanky clean arrow, we're approaching the top of the stretch, and Devil Vision has been in the bowels of the race all race. So now just go ahead and follow Devil Vision with Kelsey on the inside. We're still last. Nope, now we're second last. Nope, now we're third last. But guess what? We only got 175 to go. What you going to do here, Kelsey? The arrow points to Kelsey, and as you can see, boom, made the perfect move at the perfect time, found a seam on the inside. Girl, that was a fearless ride and a job very, very well done. Kelsey Haar won 2 races on the turf last night, and our turf racing again is fantastic tonight. Later, race number 10, the $137,000 Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity, biggest quarter horse race of the season. I think it goes through number 6, Trace Elegance. That will be the favorite in the race as Brian Aragoni joins us from the from the Dark Star press box. Do you think number 6, Trace Elegance, is the one to beat? And good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Allen with Trace Elegance right on top. I think that's one of a few in there that could win. The quarter horse races do look to be wide open, running for some big purse money. But touching back on that ride by Miss Kelsey Haar, she's been heating up. She did have 2 wins on the turf course, but you can't do it without the horse underneath you. And another person who's been heating up is Clinton Stewart. The barn, there's no doubt about it, didn't get off to the start that they wanted. However, they have certainly been warming to the task here recently. They have numerous victories for the Bergsroods with some long shots as well, including yesteryear, who's won 2, and all of a sudden, hot as a pistol, came home to score at 18-1 the other day. So Clinton Stewart has the barn trending in the right direction, and he was assisted yesterday by Miss Kelsey Haar. But we do have an excellent card of racing with some stakes action and an all-stakes pick 4 coming up later on in the card. So we do offer 3 pick 4s today. The pick 5 continues to pay incredibly well, and we also have a 2-day carryover into that pick 6, so you do not want to miss it. We're just 15 minutes away from the opener here at Canterbury Park. No scratches, no changes in the first. The field of 7 kicks off the first of 3 pick 4s out here at Canterbury Park, where we are listed as fast and firm on a gorgeous Wednesday right out here at Canterbury Park. just 12 minutes away from the opener, and it's the good-looking Adriana Joy. This 3-year-old filly by Fleet Alex has gone to the racetrack 4 times. Only has a third-place finish to show for it, but most of those races were at the maiden special weight level. They did make the drop in class last time out. Got an improved performance. In fact, paycheck-wise, it was the best performance that this one has seen. However, they tried the 1-mile distance a few races back. Granted, it was at the maiden special weight level. However, 142 and 2 is an awfully slow race. Was the beaten favorite that day at 8-5, and the horses that have exited that race haven't had a ton of success. So I'm going to try and beat Adriana Joy in this spot, but Alonso Quinones has been good. He's been good here right from the start, but this one's been the beaten favorite in the past and had a little bit of trouble last time out. We'll see if Adriana Joy can come home a winner for Jeremiah Stables. The 2 is Desert Arch. Izzy Hernandez and Bernal Roan, lightly raced in a race like this, is exactly what you want to be. And also get some sneaky class relief as well in here with Desert Arch, who took on some tough customers. Warren's Wish did come back to win again last night. So I know this horse was defeated by 50 lengths. Looks like the horse was really never involved. But do note, that day Warren's Wish won by 21 lengths. Came home an easy winner last night as well. So there's upside on Desert Arch. The 3 is Danielle's Deal for Daniel Flanagan. In here, Luis Valenzuela gets the call for Vic Hansen. 5 starts, hasn't really shown all that much. Another one who gets a little bit of class relief in here. The Minnesotan did take on Open Company last time out, July 11th. Lost by 20 lengths to include an Attitude. But that was against Open Company. Gets back in with Minnesotans today, and I think will certainly appreciate it in here with Danielle's Deal at 13-1. The 4, that's where Paul Allen's going to try. Dean Butler, the Hall of Fame rider. Why not for Bernal Roan, as Bernal Roan does send out the pair. He's got Desert Arch along with Charming Fury, 3-1 on the board on Charming Fury, who exit a second-place finish. Exits the same race as Desert Arch, but lost by 21 lengths to Warren's Wish. 3-1 on the board. I'm going to try to give him shade. The red-hot Kelsey Haar. She had 2 winners last night for Clinton Stewart. We'll see if she can pick up where she left off. And here is Sue Wiley, who's got 1 winner on the meet, and it came at the hands of Miss Kelsey Haar. 4-1 on the top selection, who is all of 0 for 14, but could make it 1 for 15 today. The 6 is Pilot Star, as Bernal Roan actually has the trio in here. He's got the 2, 4, 6. All the even numbers are going through Mr. Bernal Roan. 9-2, as Chad Lindsay gets the call on Pilot Star, who exits 2 races on the turf. And on the outside, it's Classic Whiskey. This one remained 1 pace last time out. The maiden special weight to maiden claiming does indicate there could be something there on the class drop alone. However, that race of maiden special weight wasn't all that strong for that group. We'll see if Frank McKinley and Miguel Aroro can sneak one past the analyst at Classic Whiskey at 11-1. We'll kick off the pick 4 just 9 minutes away. Good luck.
Welcome to a nice Wednesday of racing. A lot of good action tonight, especially in the quarter horse ranks, but we start with the thoroughbreds in 6 minutes. This is the first leg of our early 50-cent pick 4, and it starts with the 7-5 favorite on the rail in Adriana Joy. In addition to the pick 4, pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers are all on the menu. We thank you for joining us on this Wednesday of racing. We have a rotating selection of $5 craft beers each Wednesday. Tonight's $5 beer is Kona Big Wave. You can get those $5 Kona Big Waves at most of our bars throughout the facility. Just ask for that $5 August craft beer of the month. We have 11 for you today, 7 thoroughbreds to start things, and then 4 really nice quarter horse races to close things out, including the Northlands Futurity. The pick 4s begin on races 1, 4, and 8. So the pick 6 will start the very next race. 10% takeout wager, dollar minimum, and an over $3,500 carryover into today's pick 6. The 50-cent pick 5 will start in the third. That's a 50-cent wager, and that comes with no carryover, but the pools are usually great. The payouts are even better, and that starts in race number 3 this evening. The first will take off in about 5 minutes, and in a moment, we'll get the thoughts of one Brian Aragoni to see if he can get you a winner in this early pick 4. Good luck, Brian, and good luck to all of you.
4 minutes away from the opener at Canterbury Park as we will kick off the first of 3 pick 4s. Race number 1 set to go 1 mile in here. The state-bred fillies all looking for their first career victory. Some of them have been at it longer than others. We're going to take a stand in here. If we lose to your 6-5, potentially 3-5 favorite, Adriana Joy, that is okay with us. We're going to try and zig while others zag. Many people, including the Oracle, Star Tribune Handicapper, all happen to fancy Adriana Joy, but this one is probably your most likely winner, but not going to help us out in the pick 4, so we're going to pitch it all together. Charming Fury, 4, 5, and 6 in here. Give them shade. 0 for 14, not something I'd love to write home about, but this one stretches out for the first time to 2 turns. You get Kelsey Haar, who's got the confidence going, 7-2, a value player in here. Charming Fury, you got Dean Butler riding a $7,500 maiden claimer, certainly gets my attention in here for Bernal Roan, who does enter 3, and typically Dino's got the first choice between the 3, and he chooses Charming Fury, along with Pilot Star, who goes turf to dirt in play. Oftentimes horses do wake up when they go from the turf to the dirt, and Pilot Star happens to get some class relief as well. No doubt about it, the 1 is the horse to beat, but maybe not the 1 to bet, so we'll try 4, 5, and 6 against it. Race number 2, Digital Star looks to be the one in here for Carlo Lopez, Empire Racing Stables, and Robertino Diodoro. Has continued to find lower class levels, claiming 16,000, claiming 10,000, today claiming 5,000. I think the class relief will make a big difference for Digital Star, who does have a tendency to hang a little bit. 7 second and third place finishes, but the entire career has never seen a group similar to this one. I think the 4-year-old by the Factor is sitting on a win today, so we will single in race number 2 with a morning line of 5-2 on Robertino Diodoro. Race number 3, we won't go out to the turf course. We're going to try another 5 furlong sprint in here and crown a maiden no more at about 6'10", 2, 5, and 9 in here. Dynameter along with Shaq's Daddy, and on the outside it's going to be Angel's Magic. Alonzo Quinones, Tim Padilla, they'll probably go off heavily favored in this spot, but I do think Dynameter, there's certainly some good breeding there. The breeding seems excellent. I'm just surprised that this horse debuts at Maiden, claiming being out of a stakes-winning mare like Gypsy Melody. And then Shaq's My Daddy, this one's awfully big. If he figures things out mentally, he can really be a runner, because physically he looks awfully nice on the track. 2, 5, and 9 as we finally make our way onto the turf course, and that is a very firm turf course, but it has been playing fair all year long. You can go to the lead or come from off the pace. Use as many as you can in this race. It looks like an all race. Can't afford the old all button on the TV department. Can only use 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 in this spot. A very challenging race. Some of them haven't won in some time. We'll see if others can get their second victory of the year. But this looks to be a race that you certainly want to spread out. We'll try and get a live too, but going to have some tough work cut out for us trying to beat the even money Adriana Joy in the first. There's no doubt about it. The one is the one to beat. Maybe not the one to bet, but it's pick 4 time. You got to hit all 4 to get the score.
It's post time for the first race this beautiful Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Charming Fury, our first favorite to the stage. Rider off that 2.
Everybody help push that thing. What happened to that sore knee? Yeah. What a man. Took everything I had. Maybe the next one off, huh? Maybe the next 2. At least. You'll be living.
And 1 back.
Way back. Not loading, guys. Way back. Still not loading.
Class dropper refusing.
They're packing, Vinny, but they're 100 yards behind us.
Adriana Joy, even money.
Locking in. Still out.
Here we go. Here we go.
Climbing up.
Here we go. They're racing. Ooh, number 6 Pilot Star missed it by a good 15. I'd hold all tickets involving the 6 just in case. The others pop sweetly. Adriana Joy. That filly has good early speed, and she corners with the lead. It's about a length and a half, and these maiden claimers are dawdling around that first turn. Adriana Joy, 1.5. Charming Fury lay second. Then it's Give 'em Shade, and Give 'em Shade is about to shade Charming Fury, but now a high-headed and ranked Charming Fury being shown the stick attempts to join Adriana Joy. Then it's Desert Arch, overtaken by Give 'em Shade. After that, it is Danielle's Deal, about 8 lengths from the lead, passing the class-dropping Classic Whiskey. And the one in last is the slow-starting Pilot Star. Now 1 and 4 throw punches. And into the far turn, Adriana Joy secures the inside at even money. And outside of her is Charming Fury at 2.5 to 1. And that duo has put 7 on the rest of the field. Now Give 'em Shade comes popping out of the crowd very nicely. Give 'em Shade 0 for 14, handheld by Kelsey, making a sweet move behind the speed. Then we come back to Danielle's Deal. Classic Whiskey is about 9-10 from the front, and up top Adriana Joy cuts. Outside Charming Fury doesn't have much left. Give 'em Shade made that sweet move off the far turn, but has not continued to pop. Still 4 in arrears. Adriana Joy put a Q around race number 1, and the people's choice, Adriana Joy, provides plenty of joy. 1, 5, and photo for third between Charming Fury and Classic Whiskey. Number 1, Adriana Joy first, 1, 5, and a photo. The inquiry involves the start of race number 1, specifically number 6, Pilot Star. The tardily beginning Pilot Star under scrutiny, as is the commencing of race number 1. Winners enclosure, Adriana Joy and Alonzo Quinones for Jerry and Martha Myers and Jermar Stable. Mike Beeler is the winning trainer. The judges still are looking at the start of race number 1, determining whether number 6, Pilot Star, received a fair chance to start. And if you take a peek at television monitors and or the big screen in the infield, Patrick Conchari, welcome back to the racetrack, buddy. Being pushed along by Canterbury Hall of Famer Scott Stevens. Holy cow, what a touching moment this is. Good to see you, Pecan. Big old smile on your face. Go Wild. HOF, good to see you too. Scott Stevens, Patrick Conchari, and Pam, it's best to see you. Welcome to the races. Butzo's behind you. This is a family affair. Holy cow. Night should be sponsored by Sly and the Family Stone. Ladies and gentlemen, number 6 Pilot Star has been declared a non-starter in race number 1. Please listen closely to refund instructions. Number 6 Pilot Star, in the estimation of the stewards, our judges, was not given a fair chance to race. Thus, refunds are available for win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagers involving number 6 Pilot Star, likewise for the double beginning in race 1. So we treat number 6 Pilot Star in essence as a scratch. Refunds available right now. Pick 3 and 4 action. Pick 3 and 4 wagers, including number 6 Pilot Star. Head to the starting favorite and winner, Adriana Joy. Now, the race is still unofficial. Number 6 Pilot Star declared a non-starter. If you have wagers involving number 6, you have refunds coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, a very special presentation about ready to transpire in the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure. And for that, let's go to Miss Angela Herman.
We are down here with a very special Groom of the Week in Jerry Hill. Jerry Hill was born in San Antonio, grew up in Washington State. His high school wrestling coach knew a person that trained those interested in how to ride. He was intrigued, and his first racetrack gig was galloping horses in 2009 at Emerald Downs, just outside of Seattle. He's worked at Retama Park, Prairie Meadows, Portland Meadows, Parks, and Remington Park. This is his first season at Canterbury Park, and he's enjoying his stay working for Larry Donlin, who he knew from Fauner Park in Grand Island, Nebraska, where he worked over the winter. He can do it all. He's a groom, hot walker, gallop rider, and recently acquired his trainer credential while in Grand Island. Congratulations from all of us at Canterbury Park on this achievement and on being named the HBPA Groom of the Week.
And race number 1 is official. Second race, fast main track. This begins our $1 pick 6. We have a carryover pool of about $3,500. And scratch number 4, Holy Muchacho. Those of you joining us on track and or online, thank you very much for your faith in Canterbury. Best of luck this evening. Race 2, 20 minutes from now. Racing. Ooh, number 6, Pilot Star, missed it by a good 15. I'd hold all tickets involving the 6 just in case. The others pop sweetly. Adriana Joy. That filly has good early speed, and she corners with the lead. It's about a length and a half, and these maiden claimers are dawdling around that first turn. Adriana Joy, 1.5. Charming Fury lay second. Then it's Give 'em Shade, and Give 'em Shade is about to shade Charming Fury. But now a high-headed and ranked Charming Fury being shown the stick attempts to join Adriana Joy. Then it's Desert Arch, overtaken by Give 'em Shade. After that, it is Danielle's Deal, about 8 lengths from the lead, passing the class-dropping Classic Whiskey. And the one in last is the slow-starting Pilot Star. Now 1 and 4 throw punches, and into the far turn, Adriana Joy secures the inside at even money, and outside of her is Charming Fury at 2.5 to 1, and that duo has put 7 on the rest of the field. Now Give 'em Shade comes popping out of the crowd very nicely. Give 'em Shade 0 for 14, hand held by Kelsey, making a sweet move behind the speed. Then we come back to Danielle's Deal. Classic Whiskey is about 9-10 from the front, and up top Adriana Joy cuts. Outside Charming Fury doesn't have much left. Give 'em Shade made that sweet move off the far turn, but has not continued to pop. Still 4 in arrears. Adriana Joy put a Q around race number 1, and the people's choice, Adriana Joy, provides plenty of joy. 1, 5, and photo for third between Charming Fury and Classic Whiskey.
today's card. So do note, if you had the 6 on your pick 4 ticket and you didn't have the 1, you now have the 1. So you lucked out in there. If you were like me and used 4, 5, and 6, you now get the winner with Adriana Joyce. You do not discard those pick 4s that included the 6 because non-starter moves over to the favorite who did win the race. So a unique situation kicks off a Wednesday out here at the park. We're 12 minutes away from race number 2. Go 6.5 furlongs on the dirt in here for the $5,000 claimers. The one who's taking a sneaky amount of money is 30-Minute Mass. Did open up at 6-5, now 3-1. Juarez gets the call in here for Michael Pearson. This one has been popular at the claiming box. 3 out of the last 4 starts has been claimed. Now under the handling of Purple Rose Ranch and Michael Pearson. Juarez gets the call. Do exit a 20-length defeat. However, Weekend Ride completely freaked that day, putting up a buyer of 80 in a $5,000 claiming race, which is highly unusual. But 30-Minute Mass did run second, 7-2. We'll see if he can improve and avoid an 80 buyer in this spot. The 2 is Hard to Park. Robert Klein owns and trains the Kentucky-bred. Kelsey Haw rides in here. Third start off the layoff. Has been knocking heads with much better. There's no doubt about it. Gets class relief in this spot. But many of them all exit that same race on August 1st, including Hard to Park, Smart Call. You've also got Digital Star, who all exit the same race. Now, Hard to Park did finish 7th, beaten by 10 lengths, but was very wide that day. With a ground-saving trip, could improve in a big way at 4-1. The 3 is Smart Call, 5-1, and Aurora lost by 11 lengths in that August 1st race. Just had a subtle check at the beginning, but really didn't do much running after that 5-1 on Smart Call. The 5 is Price to Pay. This one is unique. They were entered to run going further last time out, scheduled to stretch out to a mile last week, but they opt for this spot. Alex Conchari looking for back-to-back winners on Price to Pay. The 6 is where my money's going to land. It's on Digital Star. Carlo Lopez exits that same race that the others do as well on August 1st. Only beaten by 9 lengths that day. However, Digital Star's got a little bit of hang to him. There's no doubt about it. 7 second and third place finishes. But Empire Racing, these guys are excellent at the claiming game, and they dove into the claim box 2-back for $10,000. They're looking to get their return on investment in here with Digital Star. And on the outside, it's Poverty Flats as Tim Anderson owns and trains the Minnesotan in here against Open Company, but hasn't won in the last 2 years. But you'll get a big price, 20-1 on the board as we're 9 minutes away from race number 2. Don't forget, get those KG tip sheets, and he might even tell you when Kaprizov's going to sign as well.
In 7 minutes, we commence the dollar pick 6. That's a 10% takeout pick 6, and it had over $3,500 in the carryover to the pool tonight. We'll start with a 6.5 furlong, $5,000 claimer. If you don't want to bet the pick 6, you can try pick 3s, you can try doubles, exactas tries, or 10-cent supers. In this one, we have one scratch. Holy Muchacho is out of race number 2. It'll take off in about 7 minutes, and it's brought to you by Atomic Data. They also present the standings in the jockey and trainer races, which we'll take a glance at momentarily.
You see them around the racetrack every day. Jockeys, trainers, racehorse owners, Canterbury team members. But who are they really? As we ask the tough questions that really matter on this episode of Behind the Starting Gate.
Definitely the beach. Definitely the beach. The beach, it's warm, it's hot. I love the sand in my feet. The beach.
Beach, of course. I live in Florida.
The beach. Margaritas and women.
Beach, because I can go tanning.
Fiance would choose the mountains, but I like the beach. Probably the beach for me.
Mountains. You know, I'm bald. Beach doesn't seem to work out real well with my hairstyle.
Dog, for sure.
Dog. We have a lot of barn cats, and I like them just as well as the barn. But we have 2 inside dogs, and they're great, and they love the kids, so yeah, dog.
Dog. Dog. Pug dogs. Pug dogs.
Dog. They're just smarter, I think.
Dog. I got 2 of them at home. Blue heeler and a dachshund mix.
Neither. I'll do all the shedding in the house. That's fine.
Halloween. I love Halloween. I love the costumes. It's like showbiz in October.
I have to be Christmas. You know, Santa Claus has always been good to me.
Christmas. I enjoy being with all the family.
Christmas, because I could spend time with my family.
Christmas. It's just fun. I got kids now. Makes it a lot better.
Christmas. Get to see all my family.
Box day?
Atomic Data brings us the jockey and trainer standings each day like we talked about, and since we have both breeds going today, we're going to look at both breeds in the standings. Now, of course, we'll start with the thoroughbred portion of things, and Kelsey Haar did win a couple last night, as Paul mentioned earlier, and at very good prices. She won those both on the turf, and, you know, there's some price possibilities with her all through the next week or so, but Lindy Wade leads the way with 49 wins over Rye Eccleberry. Alonzo Quinones close behind Rye Eccleberry. He was the leader for a good part of the early meet, but now has fallen 13 behind Lindy Wade, Alex Kinshari, and Alfredo Juarez. Not too far off that, but last night Kelsey Haar was the star of the show with those 2 price wins for Clinton Stewart on the turf. But we had a lot of different riders winning all throughout, and then as we move over to the trainer standings, not too much changing here. Robertino Diodoro remains 2 ahead of Mac Robertson, but those 2 have traded jabs at the top for most of the year. Same thing goes with Joel Burton and Tony Ringstorff, though. They've been going around 2nd, 3rd, 4th, well, and Tim Padilla was also the early leader in the trainer standings too. But you've heard a lot of noise from all of those at one point or another, as there's days where they get 5 or 6 horses in. Sometimes they get them, sometimes they don't, but usually that's been kind of a rotating lineup of who gets a ton on the card. Here's the quarter horse standings. Edwin Escobedo and Luis Valenzuela both won a stake last night for Jason Olmstead, who leads the quarter horse standings with 19 over Tyler Stein. He was the July quarter horse trainer of the month. He's been in second for most of the way along. Nick Goodwin and Luis Valenzuela have also volleyed back and forth in that second spot. But you'll see and hear all those names later tonight. Jason Olmstead qualified an awful lot for the Northlands, and we'll see a lot of his 2-year-olds. Which one will come out on top for any of them? There's a lot of different barns represented, even though he did qualify quite a few for the Northlands Futurity. That's a look at the standings provided by our sponsors at Atomic Data. They bring those standings to us each second race of the day. You now have 2 minutes to bet it. If you would like to do so, 6 will be at the gate shortly, and your 4 to 5 favorite is Digital Star.
It is now post time for race number 2. Happy birthday, Cody Classic. Race 2 is the Cody Classic. Richest race all summer. Sean Cody, happy birthday. Poverty Flats, last in line. And they're racing in the Carlisle Classic. And a Digital Star came out nicely, but not as fast as 30-minute Mass. And between runners, Smart Call takes back now as several roll on, including Hard to Park on the class drop. Outside of that is Poverty Flats, and in between runners is Price to Pay. As they sort themselves out, they're only covered by 3.5 lengths, and they head into the far turn, and 30-minute Mass is being shoved on to continue to hold that lead, and Digital Star, the 3-2 favorite, is a looming presence to the outside of 30-minute Mass. Digital Star puts the white blinkers in front. After that, we come back a length and a half to Smart Call, making a smart move. Poverty Flats is wide. Price to Pay is paying the price by being blocked, and Hard to Park is back in last, about 9 lengths behind Digital Star. And Digital Star still can't put away that pesky 30-minute Mass to the inside. Digital Star attempting to slowly edge away. 30-minute Mass still plugging away, but not as fast as number 6, Digital Star. It'll be 6-1-3 in race 2. Digital Star, the star. Six, Digital Star first. 6-1-3-5 in 118.36. Those results are unofficial. Race number 2 is official. First double, $4.10. That's 6-1 exacta, $6.90. Trifecta was chalk all odds, paid nearly $10. Superfecta, $10 and change. Winners enclosure, Digital Star and Carlo Lopez. For our leading owners, Empire Racing. And our leading trainer, Robertino Diodoro, Digital Star. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Apple Autos, Atomic Data, College City Beverage, Continental Diamond, Grey Duck Vodka, Gallagher Benefit Services, iHeartRadio, Jim Beam, Quick Trip Loeffler, the Minnesota Lottery, Pepsi, and the Star Tribune. No scratches, no rider changes in the third, and post time is 20 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the Canterbury Park Winter Circle, it's time to celebrate quarter horse immortality from 2020, and here is Angela.
We have the 3 leaders from our 2020 meet all represented here. Start with Jason Olmstead. Cash Vaughn is right-hand man here to accept the award for 2020 leading trainer. Some of their leading runners include Dickie Bob, who won the Cash Caravan, the Bob Morehouse in 2020, and Linder 16, who won the Canterbury Park Distaff Challenge Stakes on her way to Grade 1 glory in New Mexico at Albuquerque in October. In all, they went 19, 19, and 19 in 103 starts in 2020 and earned over $300,000 during the Canterbury Park season. Nick Goodwin was our leading jockey. He went 10 for 32, winning the quarter horse Futurity aboard Corona White Sox, winning leading jockey in 2020. And with his shiny new belt buckle, Corey Wilmus, our 2020 leading owner for the quarter horse meet, went 15, 6, 3, and 3 with over $72,000 in earnings during the season. VO Fantastic Era, one of his, reeled off 4 in a row last meet, concluding with the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby. Congratulations to you all for winning your respective categories and leading the way in the 2020 quarter horse season.
And they're racing in the Carlisle Classic. And Digital Star came out nicely, but not as fast as 30-minute Mass. And between runners, Smart Call takes back now as several roll on, including Hard to Park on the class drop. Outside of that is Poverty Flats. And in between runners is Price to Pay. As they sort themselves out, they're only covered by 3.5 lengths, and they head into the far turn, and 30-minute Mass is being shoved on to continue to hold that lead, and Digital Star, the 3-2 favorite, is a looming presence to the outside of 30-minute Mass. Digital Star puts the white blinkers in front. After that, we come back 1.5 lengths to Smart Call, making a smart move. Poverty Flats is wide. Price to Pay is paying the price by being blocked, and Hard to Park is back in last, about 9 lengths behind Digital Star. And Digital Star still can't put away that pesky 30-minute Mass to the inside. Digital Star attempting to slowly edge away. 30-minute Mass still plugging away, but not as fast as number 6, Digital Star. It'll be 6-1-3 in race 2. Digital Star, the star.
sounds like in vogue to me, bringing us back down to the paddock. Race number 3. Go back out to the main track again, this time a 5 furlong sprint. We've got horses with experience along with some firsters getting their first career start, looking for their first victory. State-bred maidens in here, the claiming variety. Anyone available for a purchase tag of $40,000 in this spot. We'll see who's going to win race number 3. It could be number 1, Magic Revolution. Lightly raced, gets class relief in here for Troy Bethke. They tried the maiden special weight level one time. They'll drop down to maiden claiming in here. Does come back with a very nice workout since the last start. 49 breezing from the gate. Never asked. And Kelsey Har sticks around with Magic Revolution, who did run 8th, beaten by 19 lengths against much better last time out, but still lightly raced and upside there at 16-1. The 2 is Dino Meter. Nick Goodwin gets the call in here for Mac Robertson. They haven't teamed up often, but the one time they did, it returned 840, and they won rather easily. But the question remains, Dynameter, the breeding's certainly there to try the maiden special weight level. They'll debut at maiden, claiming the mare, Gypsy Melody, a stakes-winning mare at that. Dynameter. We'll see if he can run as good as the breeding suggests for the $20,000 sales purchase in here, 5-2 on the good-looking Dynameter. The 3 is Dyna Ghost. Dean Butler gets the call in here for Burnell Roan as Ghost and Dean Butler with Burnell Roan haven't shown much in 2 career starts, but still lightly raced and still improving. Has had a tendency to find themselves between horses the last couple times. We'll see if they can avoid it today. 30-1 on the Ghost. The 4 is Dakota Knight. Juarez gets the call in here for Nevada Litfin. Another one who has yet to start. And speaking of starts, the dam was 0 for 5 in her racing career. This is her first full, and something I've never seen before. It's actually the first full for the sire. Sheer Trick's first prodigy comes out of Dakota Knight in here, with Juarez getting the call for Nevada Litfin on the board at 30-1. The 5 is Shaq's My Daddy Huckleberry for Thumbs Up Racing. It's Thumbs Up. They've got a couple in here, along with the 3 as well as the 5 with Shaq's My Daddy. A 3rd place finish last time out, had a sneaky amount of trouble in that race. Rye Eckleberry gets the call aboard Big Shaq. The 6 is Tis So Gone, Chad Lindsay, and Silva in here. Is another Silva horse who did try maiden special weight level once, goes down to maiden claiming. Lost to a good one in Jax Willie and only lost by 6 lengths that day while being 4 wide. We'll see if Tis So Gone can improve, getting class relief in here, 6-1 on the board. The 7 is Stillwater Brown. Aurora gets the call in here for Troy Bethke. This one was scheduled to make the debut earlier. They missed that spot. They come back in here, but I like the way Stillwater Brown looks. This 2-year-old by Fort Larned looks very nice down here in the walking ring and handling himself nicely as well. The 8 is Dark Leopard, another one who looks good, but a big number on the board. 30-1, Israel Hernandez gets the call in here for Scott Schindler. This is the 2-year-old son of Eye of the Leopard. Izzy, second time starts, and we'll see if they can avoid being wide, but they do get the attack post on the outside. But on the very outside, it's the ultimate attack post. And so far this year, it's been the ultimate connections with Peter Mattson, Tim Padilla, and Alonzo Quinones. These 3 have teamed up for numerous victories on many occasions here at Canterbury Park, and they'll look to pick up where they've left off many days. 7-5, strictly the one to beat on Angel's Magic, but I'm going to try and dunk one home with Shaq's My Daddy. As a nice field of well-bred maidens, all looking for their first career victory in race number 3, which kicks off today's Pick 5.
We've got babies to start off the Pick 5. 2-year-olds bred in Minnesota, all for sale for $40,000 in here. They're the first leg of the 50-cent pick 5, but in addition you can bet pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and supers. They go 5 furlongs in race number 3, and your favorite is on the outside, making his third start, Angels Magic. They'll take off for this one in about 5 minutes. Bud Light Seltzer sponsors it, and Brian Aragoni takes center stage to give us his pick 5 ticket. You know he's alive in the early pick 4. See if he can keep the winning right on going. I know he likes the rather mammoth 2-year-old Shaq's My Daddy. We'll see how deep he goes in the first leg of this pick 5. It's not the easiest sequence in the world. His thoughts are coming up next. If you would like to compose your own pick 5 ticket, you've got about 5 minutes to do so. They're on track.
It's pick 5 time, and it is a challenging pick 5 at that. It's the Maker's Mark, 10% takeout pick 5 as well. As we'll go 2, 5, and 9 in here. Nothing creative. We do have a 9-horse field all looking for their first career victory, but we're going to do what many people say you shouldn't. ABC in here, 2, 5, and 9 in race number 3. We'll go on to the turf course in this spot. We'll try and get a little bit more creative in here with Big Falcon Rocket, Valenzuela at 8-1. Along with Always Cool and Overly Lucky for Clinton Stewart. Clinton Stewart's been heating up all of a sudden. Don't look now, but that win percentage at 15%. Joel Burnt very nicely at 20%, along with Silva and Big Falcon Rocket looking for 2 winners in a row, 3, 4, and 5 in race number 4. Because in race number 5, this is a challenging race, and it has I'm a Special Star down on the inside with Kelsey Haar and Robert Klein, 1 for 8. Had a sneaky amount of trouble last time out, and I think we'll appreciate being back on the main track where they were in a very fast race against much tougher back on July 14th. 1, 4, and 8, which includes Henry O'Henry along with Rasmus. Rasmus, certainly the one to catch the cash. I did consider singling Rasmus, but I do think Henry O'Henry, with the blinkers on, can keep that one company on the front end. Race number 6, this is where we potentially find value, and this is where the make or break becomes in the pick 5, 1, 3, 4, 5, or 7. We've got some long shots in here, mixed in with some favorites as well, but Miss Brookside at 12-1 certainly deserves a look. Icy Will Burn Ya as well, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7 in this spot. We'll see if anyone can beat Hurricane Hunter in here. Rick Tappy Fuentes gets the call, 1 for 10 with 7 second place finishes. Ran too good to lose last time out. Certainly a horse I would consider adding if you'd like. 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7. In race number 7, we're going to single number 4 in this spot. It's a challenging sequence to find a single, but we're going to try it with Temujin Lady, another horse who's deserved better. Made the debut on the turf June 30th. Could absolutely handle the turf course. Ran a game race, just lost to a better horse in Flan, who was better that day. But Temujin Lady bounced back, went off as a favorite. It was lukewarm favorite at 2-1, and only lost by a head. Another tough defeat for Temujin Lady. However, hopefully we're not seeing a trend. Back-to-back second-place finishes for a horse who started the career 4 for 7. We'll see if Jan Chorzvik and the lady, known as Temujin, can get back to their winning ways. A tricky sequence in here, no doubt about it. Beginning early today, race number 3. It's the Maker's Mark. It's 10%. It's Canterbury Park, and it's the pick 5.
It is now post time for these Minnesota Maidens in race number 3, beginning the Canterbury Park Pick 5. Nation low 10% takeout. It's been like that since day 1. We are in the second half of our season. Racing tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Sunday, family day, best day of the week to bring the kids. And we have wiener dog racing. Dotsun's dashing this Sunday at 1. in line. Magic Revolution. Dynamometer, one of 3 firsters. And now, the Ghost. Dustin Morse. 'Tis So Gone. Cold Call Classic, Stillwater Brown. Go Tonight.
Still got 2 out, guys.
2 back. Last one in, Angels Magic at 9-5. Here come the Minnesota Maidens. And they're racing. Tight beginning for Dakota Knight. The firster didn't know much about it, dropped back to last. Great speed by 'Tis So Gone, likewise for Dynamometer. Dynamometer to the inside with Dark Leopard to the outside. And now Angel's Magic revs up nicely to the outside of that trio. And those 4, they go about 5-6 lengths clear from Shack's My Daddy beginning to roll in. Stillwater Brown, 10-12 out of it. Dynamometer takes the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Then it's the Ghost. And Dakota Knight just put the Ghost in last. Dynamometer and 'Tis So Gone. They have opened 4 on Angel's Magic and are locked in battle as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. 'Tis So Gone has a slight advantage on Dynamometer and now is slowly edging clear. It is 'Tis So Gone. Gone. Number 6, 'Tis So Gone, ran first. Second 2, Dynamometer. 6-2, and Photography to begin the pick 5. Minute point 54, the time. The third race is official. First pick 3, 12 bucks and change. Trifecta $25.25, exacta $20.40. Into the winner's enclosure, 'Tis So Gone and Chad Lindsay. The winning owners, Silva Racing, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, it is Miguel Angel Silva. 'Tis So Gone is a 2-year-old son of Tabasco out of 'Tis So Majestic. Bred in Minnesota by Silva Racing and Easy Equine. Racing tonight provided in part by Bud Light Seltzer. Race number 4, courtesy of Jim Beam. Race time, 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Tight beginning for Dakota Knight. The firster didn't know much about it. Dropped back to last. Great speed by 'Tis So Gone. Likewise for Dynamometer. Dynamometer to the inside with Dark Leopard to the outside. And now Angel's Magic revs up nicely to the outside of that trio. And those 4, they go about 5-6 lengths clear from Shack's My Daddy beginning to roll in. Stillwater Brown 10-12 out of it. Dynamometer takes the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Then it's Da Ghost. And Dakota Knight just put Da Ghost in last. Dynamometer and 'Tis So Gone. They have opened 4 on Angel's Magic and are locked in battle as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. 'Tis So Gone has a slight advantage on Dynamometer and now is slowly edging clear. It is 'Tis So Gone. Gone.
They knew. They knew. The son of Tabasco comes home, and what turns out to be an easy winner is Tabasco, an up-and-coming sire at the age of 24 years old in race number 3. As we go on to race number 4, the second of 3 pick 4s does begin. I'll be diving into this pick 4. Miss Angela will be handicapping it. I will be betting it, as it's time for the pick 4 in race number 4, and it's also time to go out to the turf course for the first time. A very competitive field on the turf. Your current favorite, Where's Jordan, hasn't won in 2 years. Jose Vega hasn't won at Canterbury this year. We'll see if something's got to give, because Where's Jordan, taking quite a bit of action off that 6-1 morning line, has run back-to-back good races, did lose to Market Analysis and Shinny, but has made some mid-race moves. Hasn't been able to find the front, but this is the easiest class level that Where's Jordan has seen in some time. The 8-year-old by Keela still has that late kick. We'll see if they can time it right. 5-2 for Where's Jordan. The 2 is Go for Gold. Wade gets the call in here for Valerie Lund. Lightly raced for a 5-year-old, only start number 17 in here, where many of the others have had plenty of more opportunities than that. But Go for Gold comes in off of a dominating victory last time out, but the Minnesotan does take on open company in here, looking for back-to-back scores, get paid, ride Wade, and get the gold with Go for Gold at 10-1. But I'm going to try value player in here, Big Falcon Rocket. Another Minnesotan in this spot, as there is quite a few Minnesotans in here, at least 4 of them. And Big Falcon Rocket took on open company last time out and really turned a field of 7 into a field of 1. Has led every jump right from the gate. Popped, it was Big Falcon Rocket, and right at the wire, it was Big Falcon Rocket. We'll see if Valenzuela can lull them to sleep, because there's not a ton of pace in here, but one that may want to go with Big Falcon Rocket could be Always Cool. Didn't get the lead last time out, just kind of ran evenly, but Quincy Hamilton and Joel Byrne, they've done a magnificent job this year. They're winning at 24% together. Their return on investment is excellent as well. 5-1 on Always Cool. But another one who's taken plenty of money is Overly Lucky for the Bergsruds and Clinton Stewart. Now, Clinton Stewart did have 2 wins on the turf yesterday with Kelsey Hara aboard, but him and Alonzo Quinones are doing well together as well, winning at 20%. Overly Lucky had a sneaky amount of trouble last time out. Gets back on the turf where he wants to be, 5-2. On Overly Lucky. The 6 is Jersey Loot. Kelsey Harlan's here for Ron Adicott. This is a deserving long shot in here, likely to be the longest shot on the board at 20-1 with Jersey Loot. The 7 is Trade Deadline. This is an old Chad Brown horse. The horse has changed hands from Chad Brown to Scott Young to Mac Robertson, and Mac Robertson won at first asking on June 15th, and a second place finish behind Dancer on the Beach. Has been bet down to favorite both starts, 5-1 on the board, and on the outside, it's JP's Pride. Fuentes gets the call in here for the Ireland bred. It's the other Joel Byrne. Always pay attention when a trainer sends 2 to the track. We'll see if JP's Pride can show the form that they had back in 2019. And on the very outside, it's Rye Eckleberry and the Hall of Fame trainer Francisco Bravo with Northern Playboy. Trying to bring one home. Second time on the turf. Every reason to improve. 10-1 on the outside. A tricky trip could be from post number 9, but I'm going to try Big Falcon Rocket to take them gate to wire in what could be a paceless race. But your current favorite, Where's Jordan? Is today the day?
Toy Frontas join us for race number 4. This is the first leg of the late 50-cent pick 4. They'll go off in about 6 minutes. The 4th is sponsored by Jim Beam. And we'll talk pick 4 in just a little while. A big hit just came in on Where's Jordan. He is now your 8-5 favorite, as the rest of the field follows him onto the track. galloping away from the camera on screen right now is the Continental Diamond, Diamond in the Rough for today. That's Big Falcon Rocket at 14-1. He won a couple starts ago, and he looks to be some of the only speed entered in race number 4. Even though it's a big field, there isn't a whole bunch of devoted pace the same way that he is, and he'll take on a little bit more distance today, but this one looks to stack him back-to-back for the barn, and he is the Continental Diamond, Diamond in the Rough. 14-1, the current price on Big Falcon Rocket. It is late pick 4 time, and my ticket looks a tad bit different from Brian Aragone's, but I thought this sequence was a little bit formful compared to at least the early part of the card. We'll see. I put in a few prices along the way, and there was a big scratch in the last thoroughbred race of the evening, that being Defend the Rose. That opened things up a little bit more for some of her competition, especially a horse who has a little bit of speed, who probably would have tied up with her and made things a little bit easier on the closers in the bunch. You can see the ticket up on the screen right now. I did go 4, 5, and 7. I singled in the first leg of it and went 4 or 5 second in the second leg of it. I singled Overly Lucky. I tried to find a different scenario where he could be beat, and I thought that this horse would get good positioning from start to finish. He has a little bit of speed to him, usually comes from pretty far off the pace, but Alonso Quinones has got along with him best of any of the riders who have ridden him in all of his past 10 starts. Alonso Quinones has been aboard for both of the wins and a very close second place finish 2 back against Open Company. Went to the dirt last time. I'm willing to forgive that one. If you toss it out, he has a very fine turf record for the 1 for 7 that it is. He has run very good races along the way. Overly Lucky should get a little bit of pace to run at in the form of Big Falcon Rocket, and I think he'll handle this distance just fine. 4, 5, and 7 for me as we move along in the sequence. This one is a little confusing because there is so much speed in there. Henry O'Henry gets blinkers on. There's a lot of horses that kind of only have one way to go. Wild Pro might be one of them, but he might be the classiest of all of them. Vic Hansen claimed him last time out for 7,500. It wasn't his finest hour, but everyone was beaten by almost 20 lengths. I mean, if you take the winner out of the equation, it wasn't a terrible race for Wild Pro, and he should be able to be in the thick of the pace. If you like someone from off the pace, I went with Azusa Street, but there's not that many that really want to come from out of it. So even though Azusa Street is going to be my top pick, I might go a little bit deeper in there if you want to stretch your ticket out and add a bit more of a price into the mix. I wouldn't blame you in that spot. In race number 6, we go back to the turf course, and this one is a nice allowance. You got Minnesota breds, and you have some with experience, and I opted for a horse on top that does not have any experience on the turf, but she has good breeding for the turf. That is the big Midnight Current on the rail. Don't love the rail draw for her, but 3 of her siblings that all won on the turf. She has a little bit of a right to be a good turf horse, and she's been getting close against Minnesota breds at this level on the main track. Now, as I said, she's a big horse. Probably better to race her into shape. She just gains more fitness naturally doing it that way, and she's one that would appear to me to get better as the season goes on. Now that we've reached August, maybe Midnight Current will fire her best shot, and I did take her on top, but I used Imminent Threat as this horse has run well in all appearances on the Canterbury Turf Course, 2 for 6 to be exact, but and she's been underneath, she's run pretty well in defeat. Now moving along to the last leg, as I mentioned, Defend the Rose being out of this one changes the complexion completely. It really puts things in the hands of Gotham City Queen early. There is some speed to her inside, but she's drawn to the outside of most of it, and she might be able to control the pace up front. Not totally sure how far she'll take them. That's supposed to be 4-8 in the last leg of that one. My mistake. The 7 is scratched, so 4-8 in that last leg of the pick 4. Gotham City Queen on the outside might prove to be the controlling speed in there, but Temujin Lady has been running too well to lose lately. I feel kind of bad. I mean, Temujin Lady has been winning races. She just barely got run down last time by Ashley's New Shoes, and I thought that maybe this filly could capitalize on the scratch of Defend the Rose, who looked like kind of a standout in this field, but I narrowed it down to those 2. If you like anybody else, you're going to get a great price on them, but I guess that I would really put things in the hands of Gotham City Queen. And as I mentioned, the barn already has a win. They're looking to get another one here with Big Falcon Rocket, and they do have a very live, speedy runner in the 7th in Gotham City Queen. There you go. $6 if you got it and you want to play it, or even if you want to add to it. That's how it looks to me. It all hinges on Overly Lucky in here at 3-2. We'll see if he can get a clean run under Alonso Quinones and run down Big Falcon Rocket, the Diamond in the Rough. We'll find out very shortly as they're about to make their way onto the turf course. Good luck in the late pick 4.
It's race time. Into the gate for race number 4. And they're racing, and Always Cool came out of the gate smoothly at 8-1, but so did the Irish JP's Pride. That one is 12-1. Battling for the lead, and Jersey Loot and Miss Kelsey Haar at 77-1, flashing terrific speed as they go around the corner for the first time. The pace intensifies and heats up in the Dustin Morse Dash. It is Jersey Loot at 1,000,000-1, hooking up with Trade Deadline. Behind them is JP's Pride, puffing out the chest in third. 3.5 lengths clear from Always Cool. After that, Big Falcon Rocket, 8 from the speed, and to the inside of Northern Playboy. After that, 1.5 lengths to go for gold, and it's Overly Lucky. And Minnesotan Where's Jordan is in last, about 13 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn they go, and we still have a breakneck pace battle between Jersey Loot, who's being shoved on now. Trade Deadline takes the lead from that long shot and is being tracked coyly by JP's Pride. Outside of that, Northern Playboy getting jazzy. Likewise for Overly Lucky, who's making a really sweet move, circumnavigating and taking a trip on the wide side, but the one with the red blinkers is flying. That's Overly Lucky at 3-2, and now they're charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. It's wide open. Overly Lucky from the back of the pack. Where's Jordan's finishing fast? Then it's Northern Playboy. Inside of that is JP's Pride, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Overly Lucky, who wins. racing. And Always Cool came out of the gate smoothly at 8-1, but so did the Irish JP's Pride. That one is 12-1, battling for the lead. And Jersey Loot and Miss Kelsey Haar at 77-1, flashing terrific speed as they go around the corner for the first time. The pace intensifies and heats up in the Dustin Morse Dash. It is Jersey Loot at 1,000,000-1, hooking up with Trade Deadline. Behind them is JP's Pride, puffing out the chest in third. 3.5 lengths clear from Always Cool. After that, Big Falcon Rocket, 8 from the Speed and to the inside of Northern Playboy. After that, 1.5 lengths to go for Gold, and it's Overly Lucky. And Minnesotan Where's Jordan is in last, about 13 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn they go, and we still have a breakneck pace battle between Jersey Loot, who's being shoved on now. Trade Deadline takes the lead from that long shot and is being tracked coyly by JP's Pride. Outside of that, Northern Playboy getting jazzy. Likewise for Overly Lucky, who's making a really sweet move, circumnavigating and taking a trip on the wide side, but the one with the red blinkers is flying. That's Overly Lucky at 3-2, and now they're charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. It's wide open. Overly Lucky from the back of the pack. Where's Jordan's finishing fast? Then it's Northern Playboy. Inside of that is JP's Pride, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Overly Lucky, who wins.
Stewart gang heating up. Overly Lucky with a perfect trip. Looked like they went fast early, but Overly Lucky wins in what turned into be a romp at 3-2. The money, the smart money on Overly Lucky in that spot. We'll go out for race number 5 in here. Still plenty of racing action, including $250,000 set to be given away in 4 quarter horse races later on in the card. But we've still got 3 more thoroughbred races to go as we're just 10 minutes away from race number 5. We'll go back to the main track. 5 furlongs the distance. The one is I'm a Special Star in here. I do think this one deserves a look. They've run into a muddy track, tried the turf. However, both starts were against much tougher than they'll face today. The last time they faced $5,000 claimers, they went fast early, tired a little bit late, but that was going a little bit further as well. Kelsey Haar looks for her 3rd winner in the last 2 days with I'm a Special Star at 9-2. The 2 is Oil Colony. Ruben Fuentes gets the call in here for Heath Lawrence. 1 for 18. That number is certainly a bit pesky, but they have been going much further. They'll cut back 3 furlongs today. From 1 mile down to 5 furlongs should be fit. We'll see if the speed follows through. 9-1 on Oil Colony. The 3 is Front Office. Jose Vega gets the call in here for Larry Donlin. 1 for 28 with 10 second and third place finishes. Exits a race, 6.5 furlongs, took the lead, looked like a winner, and then all of a sudden stopped. The levee was dry when the real run started with Front Office, but that was going 6.5. They'll go 5 today for Front Office, trying to get Jose Vega home a winner. The 4 is Henry O'Henry, an equipment change in play. Do add the blinkers to Henry O'Henry. Luis Fuentes gets the call in here for Chip Woolley. It looks like a horse, the 4-year-old by Latin Heat, wants to do it all his own way on the front end. If he doesn't get the lead, he doesn't try very hard. We'll see if Fuentes can find the lead and find the wire first at 5-2. The 5 is Azusa Street. Alonzo Quinones and Mac Robertson in here. One of the lone horses that has 2 victories. Henry O'Henry, Azusa Street, and Well Pro, all victorious in 2 starts. We'll see if Azusa Street can get Quinones home a winner in here off of a 22-length defeat. Last time out, did not show up on that July 7th race. The 6 is Otsego, Carlo Lopez, and Mike Beeler. Second start off the layoff in here. Battled with a heavy favorite all the way around for a while, but tired very late in the game. Henry O'Henry did go on to score, and they run back into Henry O'Henry again. We'll see if Otsego can reverse those results. The 7 is Well Pro. Took a drop in class, 2 back, got the job done. Then first start off the claim. Didn't go very well for Pick 5 stables. Now Goble Claudia going to try and get her luck in here. 5-1 on the board. The 8 is Rasmus. Here's where my money's going to land. It's the good-looking Rasmus. And a value play in here, I expected this horse to be much lower. 9-2 feels like value. You get the red-hot Lindy Wade and Rasmus. Another horse who's cutting back from 6.5 furlongs. That's not a distance very favorable. Rasmus, they get the attack post on the outside. It's a field of 8 set to go to the gate 8 minutes from now as Paul Allen gives you the call next.
Race 5 will take off in 5 minutes. It's sponsored by Pepsi, and it's a 5-furlong, $5,000 claimer. Dollar exactas, 50-cent tries, and 10-cent supers are all available on the vertical side of things, but you can do doubles and pick threes as well in Race 5. Nothing to report from the change column, so we just move right along to a game of cornhole down here in the winner's circle. There's some prizes up for grabs with Jim Beam bean bags, and after we're done with all that, we'll take a little rundown of what's going on coming up soon at Canterbury Park. Take a look at the winner's circle if you want to watch the bean bags coming up next. We've got a game of Jim Beam beanbags going on out on the track, actually, my mistake. And we've got a few contestants from all over the Twin Cities. We have Craig from Lakeville. He'll be up first, followed by Sam from Coon Rapids and Ben from Wayzata. If they get it in the hole, get a daily double pack. On the board, you get a couple of admission passes. If you miss completely, we'll still let you come back, just for being so brave as to try it. So you're up first. Take your shot at it, Craig. Good try, good try. A little wide right. That's okay. You can still try out and play for the Vikings. Sam, you're up next. Sam from Coon Rapids is taking the next shot at the board. Get it in the hole, girl. Valiant attempt. Got very, very close. All right, one more. We have Ben from Wayzata. A little too far. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you all for taking a shot at it. You all get an admission pass to come back, and maybe you can try again. If you would like to play Jim Beam beanbags, if you would like to play beer pong, if you want to play categories. We have lots of different promotions going on coming up at Canterbury, including the concert series. Information on the on-track promotions, you can go to the information booth, but if you want to check out the concert lineup that we have coming up, including Robert Craig, Daughtry, Government Mule, or Blackberry Smoke, you can head to CanterburyPark.com. That's where you get your tickets, all the information on how to get here, where to sit, and etc. Check out CanterburyPark.com for information on that, as well as our contest play. We have super satellites each weekend. You can earn up to 3 times for $10 a piece. And this is a feeder system to get yourself into the satellites to eventually make your way into the BC Big Ten contest at the end of the summer. We're giving away a lot of seats to go to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge in November. The Maiden, Minnesota one is the big one coming up soon. It's a $300 buy-in. If you don't win your way in, that's a $200 live bankroll, and that's taking place on Wednesday, August 18th. We're going to have an excellent card for Maiden, Minnesota Day, and if you want to get in on the contest play that accompanies it, you can get in for, again, $300. Check out the rules online. There's a lot of them, but it's worth getting into if you would like to win your way out to the Breeders' Cup. In 1 minute, we'll start race number 5. They are heading towards the starting gate shortly. Get in your bets now.
into the starting gate for race number 5. Rasmus goes in, 3.5 to 1. They're racing. Rasmus came out of the gate like a shot. Rasmus with good early speed. Likewise for Azusa Street. And Henry O'Henry with those blinkers on. Very flashy with that early speed. And Well Pro is revving up to the outside, as is Otsego, that long shot, gamely splitting them. Then it's I'm a Special Star, about 5 lengths from the lead to the inside of Azusa Street. Way back to front office. And Oil Colony is last and 12 lengths from the front. They begin to clump up with a 1/4 mile to go. It is Henry O'Henry. Far outside is Rasmus. Between them, Otsego. Behind them, I'm a Special Star, full of run and gets the inside. I'm a Special Star at 3.5 to 1, in with a shot, but in tightly as Henry O'Henry shifts ground, and up goes Rasmus. And Rasmus kicks clear. Now, here's front office from the back of the pack, surging, but it's going to be too late. It is Rasmus prevailing. Number 8, Rasmus ran first, 59.33. Photo for the rest. And the 5th race is official. Pick 3, 26 bucks and change. That exacta, 8-1, $11.10. Trifecta paid 47 and change, and it was chalk all odds. Superfecta 35 and change, 5-8 double, $12.80. To the winner's enclosure, Rasmus and Lindy Wade. The winning owner, David Condi, and the winning trainer is Mike Beeler. Race number 6 takes us to a firm turf course. Rail is at 20. And the 6th race begins a 50-cent pick 3. No scratches. We thank Pepsi for summer sponsorship. Also, Sunday, 1 o'clock racing with Wiener Dogs Racing. We have Datsun's Dashing and Wiener Dogs running this Sunday at 1 o'clock. Race 6, courtesy of Mystic Lake Casino Hotel. racing. Rasmus came out of the gate like a shot. Rasmus with good early speed. Likewise for Azusa Street. And Henry O'Henry with those blinkers on. Very flashy with that early speed. And Well Pro is revving up to the outside, as is Otsego, that long shot, gamely splitting them. Then it's I'm a Special Star, about 5 lengths from the lead to the inside of Azusa Street, way back to front office. And Oil Colony is last and 12 lengths from the front. They begin to clump up with a quarter of a mile to go. It is Henry O'Henry. Far outside is Rasmus. Between them, Otsego. Behind them, I'm a Special Star, full of run and gets the inside. I'm a Special Star at 3.5 to 1, in with a shot, but in tightly as Henry O'Henry shifts ground, and up goes Rasmus, and Rasmus kicks clear. Now, here's front office from the back of the pack, surging, but it's going to be too late. It is Rasmus prevailing.
just got done talking to trainer Joel Burnt, a big Bears fan. We'll see if the Bears fan can get the Minnesota money in here with Midnight Current. Quincy Hamilton gets the call in here for Joel Burnt, who does think Midnight Current could handle the turf course today. The sod will be the first try for Midnight Current. Quincy Hamilton and Joel Burnt winning at 24%. We'll see if Midnight Current can get them a win. The 2 is Holy Image. Negron gets the call in here for Greg Weir, and this is a homebred for them. They own, train, and bred this 4-year-old filly who's making their second start today. The lone start, a win down at Chicago, takes on tougher today. Up in class, Maidens no more. It's winners from here on out with Holy Image, who is a perfect 1-for-1 and looks to put that undefeated record on the line, trying 2 turns and the turf for the first time for Holy Image, 16-1 on the board. The 3 is Rosy Cheeks. Rye Echoberry gets the call in here for Francisco Bravo. I'm not really sure how strong that July 8th race was, but this horse ran good on the turf and showed speed, stayed on all the way around, and second time over the turf. Horses trying things for the second time, oftentimes they do show mass improvement. Rosy Cheeks, reasonable at 6-1. The 4 is your current favorite right now, and why not? Imminent Threat came back on very short rest last time out. In fact, was back on 4 days rest and almost won the race at 5-1, losing by less than a length. Imminent Threat has plenty of rest in this spot. We'll see if Alex Canchari can get Patrick Canchari in the winner's circle with Imminent Threat. The 5 is Miss Brookside. Lindy Wade gets the call in here for Gary Shear, donning the Sheer Silks. 4 for 43. Doesn't love to win. Does love to pick up paychecks and fill out those exactas and trifectas. 10-1 on the late running Miss Brookside. The 6 is Hurricane Hunter. A big overlay at this point. 9-2. Currently on the board at 7-1 for Heath Lawrence, Ruben Fuentes, and Rick Tappy. Lost by less than a length the last 2 times. Had a disastrous trip 2 back on July 4th. Last time out, really had the lead with the 16th to go. No excuses. Hurricane Hunter got ran down by All Native, who's on the outside at 7-2. We'll see if Hurricane Hunter can reverse that result. The 7 is Icy Will Burn You, Leslie Mowing and Kat Bedford. I know PA is a big believer. We'll see if Icy Will Burn You on Track Phantom can get the job done at 11-1. The 8 is Arnold's Patsy. Dean Butler riding for a long shot. You've been warned. This 6-year-old mare by Hold Me Back is 2 for 26, but does get a Hall of Fame rider. And on the outside, it's All Native. The late money was the smart money last time out, as All Native went from about 12-1 to 5-1 and looked awfully good doing it. Beat many in this spot, including Hurricane Hunter. We'll see if All Native and Luis Fuentes can work out a trip from post number 9. Good luck.
They're on the main track, but they'll move over to the turf for race number 6. All of these ladies were bred in Minnesota. They go for an allowance purse, offering exactas tri-supers, doubles, and 50-cent pick 3s in race number 6. The 6th is sponsored by Mystic Lake. And it looks like your 2-1 favorite at this moment is Imminent Threat. Top choice of one, Paul Allen. The field will make their way through the post parade. And down in the winner's circle coming up shortly, somebody's got an opportunity to win a little bit of cash. They'll go head-to-head with Brian Aragoni to do so. Stay tuned for K-Fan categories. It is time on this Wednesday night, as we're about halfway through things, to play K-Fan categories. Now, I have Seth from Loretto with me, and I have to ask before we begin, who does the shopping in your household? Do you consider yourself a produce connoisseur?
Oh no, that's my wife.
You may want to get some hints from her then, because coming up for K-Fan categories, you are going to have to beat BA in a match of who can name more fruits. So, we are going to have a timekeeper. We are going to have an answer keeper. Think very quickly. We will do our best to help you and get a little cash in your pocket. If you can name more than Brian in 15 seconds, you will win a voucher to play and hopefully win for the rest of your night. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, timekeeper good? MT good? Okay, 15 seconds on the clock. Go.
All right, we'll go cantaloupe, watermelon, strawberry, blackberry, blueberry, raspberry, kiwi, mango, banana, lime, orange, lemon, pomegranate.
All right, that's it. That's it. What's the official score? 13. Okay. Now, I know that Brian Aragoni likes his fruits, but we are going to turn around, take a look at how he did, and see how many he could get in 15 seconds. Let's get you a little cash, hopefully. Six is not going to cut it. Congratulations, Seth from Loretto. You win tonight's K-Fan categories. Well done. You smoked him. Any victory speech for you?
That's all I got.
Well, congratulations. Go make the most of that voucher, and hopefully you come home a big winner with enough to buy all those fruits you just named. Good job.
Perfect. Thank you.
It is now post time for race number 6. In the gate. And they're racing. Tough beginning for Icy Will Burn Ya. That one started in last. Arnold's Patsy at 63-1 pops beautifully. And Arnold's Patsy is to the outside of Rosy Cheeks. It's Arnold's Patsy cornering coyly and leading it by 2 lengths. After that, Midnight Current, third in the order and about 5 lengths from the lead. The vanguard behind that one is led by Miss Brookside, who now has been overtaken by Hurricane Hunter. Behind them is Imminent Threat. That one is 10 lengths from the lead and now being passed by All Native. 5 behind that to Icy Will Burn Ya, last out of the gate, now second last with a half mile to go. And Holy Image is in last of a well-strung out field that swings into the far turn, and they're chasing Arnold's Patsy and Hall of Fame rider Dean Butler, left with a lonely lead at 83-1. It is Arnold's Patsy. Outside of that, Rosy Cheeks beginning to rev up. Likewise for Hurricane Hunter, 3 wide, and now they're all catching the long shot. After that, we have Midnight Current looking for a seam. All Native is very wide, but not as wide as Icy Will Burn Ya, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. All Native is all heart. Inside Rosy Cheeks. Then it's Midnight Current, Hurricane Hunter, and behind them is Miss Brookside. Up goes All Native at 3.5-1. All Native gets all the money. Now in the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure, it is all native and Luis Fuentes. The winning owner is Bonnie Kane and the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. Race number 6 is official to the 7th on the turf. It's firm. Rail is at 20. Scratch 7. Defend the Rose. 7th race, they dash 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Tough beginning for Icy Will Burn Ya. That one started in last. Arnold's Patsy at 63-1 pops beautifully. And Arnold's Patsy is to the outside of Rosy Cheeks. It's Arnold's Patsy cornering coyly and leading it by 2 lengths. After that, Midnight Current, third in the order and about 5 lengths from the lead. The vanguard behind that one is led by Miss Brookside, who now has been overtaken by Hurricane Hunter. Behind them is Imminent Threat. That one is 10 lengths from the lead and now being passed by All Native. 5 behind that to Icy Will Burn Ya, last out of the gate, now second last with a half mile to go. And Holy Image is in last of a well-strung out field that swings into the far turn, and they're chasing Arnold's Patsy and Hall of Fame rider Dean Butler, left with a lonely lead at 83-1. It is Arnold's Patsy. Outside of that, Rosy Cheeks beginning to rev up. Likewise for Hurricane Hunter, 3 wide, and now they're all catching the long shot. After that, we have Midnight Current looking for a seam. All Native is very wide, but not as wide as Icy Will Burn Ya, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. All Native is all heart. Inside Rosy Cheeks, then it's Midnight Current, Hurricane Hunter, and behind them is Miss Brookside. Up goes All Native at 3.5-1. All Native gets all the money. It is All Native and Louis.
Some pretty good will pays in that pick 5 and in pick 6. The 1, 4, and 8 are still live in the pick 6, so we do wish you the best of luck. If 1, 4, 8 don't win, we'll have a 3-day carryover in the pick 6 going into a very nice Thursday card. Just 12 minutes away from race number 7, which will be our final thoroughbred race of the night. But we've still got stakes action coming up, and not just your average stakes. We've got some big money stakes, including the Mystic Lake Northlands, along with the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby, and then the big one in race number 10, the Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity, for almost $150,000. So there's still plenty of live racing action coming at you here at Canterbury Park. But we'll go to the turf course for the nightcap, at least the nightcap for the thoroughbred portion of the card. Number 1 is 6-1, and it's Celtics Wildcat. Dean Butler gets the call in here for Larry Donlin. Celtics Wildcat, a winner, a second-place finish, and a third-place finish from 4 starts. Ran very well last time out, despite being hot during the pre-race, but now tries the turf course. I don't see the turf breeding really all that much, but we'll see if Celtics Wildcat can handle the surface change. Never been on it. We'll find out today, 6-1. The 2 is Some Say So. Unlike Celtics Wildcat, who's never been on it, this will be the 45th time that Some Say So tries the turf course. Rosine and Kane, they're looking for back-to-back winners, as they did just get a win with Native Bonnie in the last race, and they're trying to win with Some Say So. The 8-year-old mare still going strong, but doesn't love to dig down and win like she used to. We'll see if she can do so today. 5-1 on the board. The 3 is Binding Time. Lindy Wade gets the call in here. Certainly feels like experimental try on the turf course. 15 starts, has had success in the dirt with 4 victories, and now tries the turf. But it's KG's power play, and it's the Temujin Lady. Also happens to be my top selection as well. We'll see if KG and I can team up for a winning goal in here with Temujin Lady. Quincy Hamilton and Joel Burnt, the horses deserve better fate than the last 2 times. Ran winning races, no doubt about it. Just got ran down by Flan and went from last to first. And Ashley's New Shoes, who popped at a decent price for Dan Chorsvik. Always wishing him the best of luck. 9-5 on Temujin Lady. The 5 is Dodropin. Juarez gets the call in here from Mike Baylor. Do note, this horse is a perfect 1-for-1. But Lindy Wade hopped off. He'll ride elsewhere. He lands on Biding Time. Alfredo Juarez gladly picks up the undefeated 5 in here for Mike Beeler, who's looking for 2 in a row and getting bet as well. 5-1 versus that 12-1 morning line. The good-looking 6, it's Knight's Honor. Rye Echoberry and Chris Richard making start number 10. 2 tries on the turf, is yet to hit the board. We'll see if that improvement comes today on the turf course, but should be a decent price. And on the outside, it's Gotham City Queen, looking to bring one home for the Batman fans. Chad Lindsay and Silva Racing, as Silva looks for another winner on the card. He's already got one. That came on the dirt. We'll see if he can get his turf win in here with the 4-year-old filly by Wilburn, who's been knocking on the door. Can she break down today? We're 9 minutes away from the last thoroughbred race of the card. Then stakes action and a whole nother pick 4 coming at you next.
We welcome thoroughbreds onto the track for the final time tonight, and we'll bring them over to the turf for race number 7 in 7 minutes. Scratch the 7, defend the rows. So we have a field of 7. Awful lot of that going on before post time. Your 8 to 5 favorite is Temujin Lady in this one. You can do pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and superfectas with this field of 7. Remember, they go 5 furlongs on the turf. Minnesota breds for the 7th race, sponsored by the Minnesota State Lottery. You have 6 minutes to post, but if you need something to wear, come on over close to the trackside. Or, I guess if you're further away, you can count on Dylan to throw one your way. But we've got T-shirts coming out shortly. If you would like one, you're going to have to make a little bit of noise, and we'll try to fling one your way.
It is now post time for race number 7, Gotham City Queen, the last in line. And they're racing. Knight's Honor like a shot and at a fat price comes out and grabs the lead. Gotham City Queen with speed. Likewise for Some Say So to the outside of Celtic's Wildcat. Then we come to Biding Time, 5 lengths from the lead. And that one has been overtaken by Temujin Lady. The favorite is wide, but not as wide as Dewdrop, and that's the 5 on the move. Off the far turn as they approach the top of the stretch. And between runners, Some Say So emerges with the lead. Gotham City Queen fights on. Knight's Honor battling for honor. Temujin Lady needs to give more at 4 to 5. Definitely still in with a shot to the outside of Biding Time, and here they come. And they line up for the money in race 7. Knight's Honor, Some Say So, Gotham City Queen, Temujin Lady, Biding Time taking off late. Gotham City Queen to rule over race 7. Gotham City Queen gets the money. Number 8, Gotham City Queen, ran first. 8:6:43. Final time, 57.36. Make that 35. 57.35. Unofficial. The 7th at Canterbury, courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery. We also thank Loeffler, Pepsi, and Peterson Companies for 2021 sponsorship. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it is Gotham City Queen and Chad Lindsay. The winning owner, Silva Racing, the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Gotham City Queen paid $8.20 for a $2 win wager. And the victorious Gotham City Queen is a 4-year-old Bay filly by Wilburn out of Ghost City Queen, bred in Minnesota by the winning owner and trainer. It's a triple play for the Thumbs Up Gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Race 8 begins a pick 4 on our final 4. 3 of them quarter horse stakes races with purses at nearly $250,000. Race 8, the Mystic Lake Northlands Juvenile. David Pinon rides number 1 Prankster. Scratch 8, Terrific Effort. And the 9, Moon and Knockout, is picked up by Jonathan Dominguez. Stakes racing 22 minutes from now. And they're racing. Knight's Honor like a shot and at a fat price comes out and grabs the lead. Gotham City Queen with speed. Likewise for Some Say So to the outside of Celtic's Wildcat. Then we come to Biding the Time, 5 lengths from the lead. And that one has been overtaken by Temujin Lady. The favorite is wide, but not as wide as Dewdrop, and that's the 5 on the move. Off the far turn as they approach the top of the stretch. And between runners, Some Say So emerges with the lead. Gotham City Queen fights on. Knight's Honor battling for honor. Temujin Lady needs to give more at 4 to 5. Definitely still in with a shot to the outside of Biding Time, and here they come. And they line up for the money in race 7. Knight's Honor, Some Say So, Gotham City Queen, Temujin Lady, Biding Time taking off late. Gotham City Queen to rule over race 7. Gotham City Queen gets the money.
Stakes action coming up, coming at you. Just 12 minutes away as the Mystic Lake Northlands Juvenile kicks off. Over $250,000 in purse money set to go off over the next 4 races. And if you missed out on the pick 4, luckily for you, we've got an all-quarter horse pick 4 thanks to the hard work. The media special is Jeff Madej. Number 1, and on your screen is Prankster. Pinion gets the call in here from Mallory Norton. This one continues to take left-hand turns out of the gate. Now, when you break from the one hole, that could be difficult to overcome. We'll see if Pinion can straighten this one out and be in with a big shot, because after the horse has taken some lefts, actually has shown some talent as well, 9-1 on Prankster. The 2 is High Little Spit. This one dominated in the maiden breaking score in the debut at 26-1. Then didn't get bet again at 17-1 last time out. Comes back in this spot. Which kind of High Little Spit are we going to get? The one who won at a big price or the one who ran 6th at a big price? 13-1 on the board. The 3 is a good-looking Tutti Frutti Pebbles. Martinez gets the call in here for the Ed Ross Hardy gang. Back-to-back third-place finishes. But this horse is another one who's shown some talent. I think there's absolutely upside on this one after having a squeeze start at the beginning last time out for Tutti Frutti Pebbles. 7-1 on the board. The 4 is West Coast Girl. George Seward and Bob Johnson trying to team up for a winner. And here, this 2-year-old filly gets Maya in the saddle for Bob Johnson. Has had opportunities to win. Has never really been bet all that heavily. Did lose to a good one, and He's Resilient, who we'll see later on today. West Coast Girl on the board at 13-1. The 5 is Rate Me a Lady. Luis Valenzuela. You saw him get some victories with thoroughbreds. He'll try his hand in here with quarter horses as well. This horse has looked like a winner on numerous occasions. In fact, in all 3 starts, I thought Rate Me a Lady was home and cooled out, but then she kind of did what she does, and that's kind of slow down as they approach the wire, and we'll see if Rate Me a Lady can avoid slowing down as they get close to it at the end. 10-1 on the board. The 6 is Bremerton's Benelli. Navarrete gets the call in here for Jason Olmstead. You are going to see a lot of Jason Olmstead coming up over these next 4 races, so get used to it. He's our leading trainer from last year, and he looks to be a leading trainer in here. 23%. Bremerton's Benelli on the board at 9-2. The 7 is Kickin' Good Time. Of the Bob Johnson horses, I do believe Kickin' Good Time certainly deserves the most respect. Had a ton of trouble last time out. Hopped at the start, and it was all over. Stormy Smith comes in to ride. The 9 is Moonin' Knockout. Looks to be a good one in here. Second start could improve a lot in the second start of the career at 10-1. But everyone's on the good-looking Chloe's Magic. There was really no excuses last time out. Was off just a tiny step slow, but was never getting the I Live for Candy. We'll see run for the big money later on. Was the beaten favorite at 4-5. Currently 6-5 on Edwin Escobedo. We'll see if he can keep his hot streak alive. He had a couple of stakes victories to his name last night. 6-5 on the board as we're 10 minutes away from the all-quarter horse pick 4 coming up next.
Sir Leonard Dykert, call to the post, brings the runners onto the track for the first of 3 consecutive stakes races. And here they are for the Mystic Lake Northlands Juvenile. Prankster is number 1, ridden by David Pinon, for owner Leon Glasser and trainer Mallory Norton. Number 2 is High Lil Spit and Ramiro Garcia. The owner, Alberto Martinez, and the trainer, Ippolito Michael Valverde. Number 3 is Tutti Frutti Pebbles and El Salvador Martinez for Flying A Racing and Westman Partners, the trainer Ed Ross Hardy. Bob Johnson trains number 4, West Coast Girl, the owner George Seward, the rider Daniel Amaya. LAV, Luis Valenzuela rides number 5, Rate Me a Lady, for Joe Rice, and the trainer Jason Olmstead. Number 6 is Bremerton's Benelli and Eugenio Navarrete Jr. The owner is Tom Shekel, the trainer Jason Olmstead. George Seward also has number 7, Kickin' Good Time, for trainer Bob Johnson, the rider Stormy Smith. 9, Moon and Knockout, the owners Pedro and Lilia Andazola. Pedro Andazola Jr. trains Jonathan Dominguez in for the ride. And our leading quarter horse rider, Edwin Escobedo, rides number 10, Chloe's Magic. This filly is favored for owner Bruce Lunderborg and trainer Jason Homestead. It's the Mystic Lake Northlands Juvenile about 5 minutes from now.
You've heard the name many times associated with Canterbury Park quarter horse racing, and I've managed to nab the expert, Jeff Madej, to go through this late pick 4 sequence. It's the premier night for our quarter horse races throughout the summer. The Northlands Futurity is coming up in a couple of races, as well as the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. So we have a pick 4 to string together these races, in addition to this consolation to start things off. And first things first, when it comes to pick 4 playing, I made an $8 ticket, which you'll see on the screen shortly. But which race did you feel you needed to include the most in?
Well, I think you could single the 10 horse in this race if you wanted to. I believe the Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity is the deepest race. I'd probably go 4 or 5 deep in there. We've seen some long shots come in that race.
We have seen some favorites or some long shots come in the past in that race. There's a lot of quality, and there's horses in that race that you won't catch at good prices in the future. I went the deepest in the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. I just felt that perhaps Just Rocket Man faced some horses that, I don't know, don't quite measure up to the ones that made it into the final, and that there could be some prices to be found to his outside. So I included 4 in that leg. I only used 2 in the Northlands Futurity, but what's the strategy that you take, I guess, with qualifying? Do you follow one trainer? Do you follow a certain part of the track? I mean, when you tackle this sort of race with qualifiers to get them there, what do you employ?
Well, I think you have to look at the replays, see what kind of trips the horses had. Maybe even check the headwind and see what the wind was doing. It was a breezy night. I mean, you look at the charts, 40-mile-an-hour headwind in one of those trials. But I like to take a look at this Derby, the Quarter Horse Derby, race 9, a race that Ed Hardy has won, I think, 8 times, going back to maybe 1988 or 89 or 98 or 99 was his first win. He's got the 7B Bougie in there in race number 9. I don't see that horse on your ticket, Ange. That's dangerous. Now, and interesting enough, I mean, Jason Olmstead, our top trainer here, he's won the title in the last 6 or 7 years. He's winless in the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. He's had the favorite the last 3 years. Best he could do is run second. I do like Just Rocket Man in here. I also like One Cool Dreamer. That's the one that faced that 40-mile-an-hour headwind. That's the 9, One Cool Dreamer. So, there's a lot of ways you could go. You got to start that pick 4 here, though. We're only a couple minutes away. Chloe's Magic is going to take all the money based on that trip. Was the likely winner in the trial and got knocked sideways out of the gate. Didn't make the Mystic Northlands Futurity stand out in this field, but Brian mentioned the 7, Kickin' Good Time. I like that one a little bit. I also think the other Olmsted horse, Bremerton's Benelli, the 6 horse, is live here. I'd go 6, 7, and 10 in my ticket.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now, I did use 3 and 6. I've chased Tutti Frutti Pebbles just a little bit, and I've noticed, I guess, a reverse of trend. Usually we tend to favor the outside a little bit or the middle of the track, the 3, 4, and 5 paths at Canterbury Quarter Horse Racing. However, this year the inside has been a very good place to be. So when I get to the last race, I look at SW the Redeemer, drew the rail, shortens up in distance, and I singled him. So I guess if you were to grade my ticket, you with your teaching experience, looking at it and describing all the horses that I don't have on it, grade it from A to F.
Well, this looks like a ticket for put together by someone who's just about out of money, Ange. I mean, $8. Come on. I think you can open up the wallet here. I think you've got to go a little bit deeper than that. I agree with you in race 11. SW the Redeemer, probably the standout, but this is a horse that had trouble in the Futurity trials and was scratched at the gate. So we have to see how this horse acts up or doesn't act up in the race. I think Relentless Dream has a shot in here for Tyler Stein. He's our second leading trainer. And I also think Drink Relentlessly, the 8 horse, has a shot. That's the Olmsted horse. So I might go 3 deep in there. I get that you could single the 1, SW the Redeemer, but come on, Ann, add a few more.
Okay, well then if you don't approve of my single, then find your single in the sequence and tell me about it.
Well, I've given you about 7 horses in every race here. So, if you really, here's what you do. You single the 10 horse in this race. If you lose, then you build a pick 3 and start all over again. That's why they have a pick 3 right after the pick 4. Chloe's Magic with a straight trip here should be the best and should win this race.
Fair enough. Well, if you pay me more, I'll make bigger tickets in the future. If you would like to make your own ticket, you have very limited time as they are getting ever closer to the gate for the Northlands Juvenile. Good luck if you are playing this late pick 4. That's just a jumping off point on the screen. You got all of Jeff's thoughts. That's the best we can give you. Good luck in these last 4 of the night.
It is now post time for race number 8, beginning our final pick 4 this evening. This is the 5th running of the Mystic Lake Northlands Juvenile. Chloe's Magic is the hot favorite at 3 to 5. That is the 10 filly. One out. Favored filly, Chloe's Magic. The only one in the race with a victory is number 2, High Little Spit. 35 to 1. Here they come for the Northlands Juvenile. That's the 4. About set. They're racing in the Northlands Juvenile. Chloe's Magic came out nicely, but made a right turn shortly after the start. Inside is Prankster, and between them is West Coast Girl. High Little Spit's firing okay with Chloe's Magic on the outside, and between them is Rate Me a Lady. Pay that 5 at 14 to 1. It's number 5, Rate Me a Lady, first. 18:18, the final time in the 5th running of the Northlands Juvenile. Third victory in this race for trainer Jason Olmstead. He won it in 2017 with Eagle Deluxe and last year with One Cool Dreamer. Also ridden by LAV, Luis Valenzuela. The numbers. Five, 10, 7, 6. And the 8th race is official. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome to the winner's circle our Director of Racing and Racing Secretary, Mr. Rob Junk. Rob is here to make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the 5th Mystic Lake Northlands Juvenile. That 10-cent superfecta paid $167. Pick 3, $135. The exacta, $38.20. 50-cent trifecta, Olmstead All Odds, $170. Now, the 9th race is 20 minutes from now. It is the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby with a purse of $83,000. Number 6, Just Good Reason, is ridden by Romero Garcia. Rate Me a Lady wins the Northlands Juvenile into the winner's enclosure with Luis Valenzuela. Rate Me a Lady is owned by Joe Rice and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. And they're racing in the Northlands Juvenile. Chloe's Magic came out nicely, but made a right turn shortly after the start. Inside is Prankster, and between them is West Coast Girl. High little Spitz firing okay with Chloe's Magic on the outside, and between them is Rate Me a Lady. Pay that 5 at 14-1. And welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. Your announcer, Paul Allen. Very excited to call this Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. It's the 34th running. The purse is $83,000, and many believe the race goes through this guy. It is number 3, Jess Rocket Man. Now, we have leading connections here. Edwin Escobedo rides for leading trainer Jason Olmstead. We've had a series of quarter horse races this week, and Jason's winning them all. Jess Rocket Man, absolutely well respected. But what's interesting to note, Jason is the second most dominating quarter horse trainer in the history of this track. He's never won the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. This is the 34th running. We'll see if it happens here. Mr. Brian Aragoni in the paddock, ready to analyze.
You're telling me there's been 34 runnings in Mr. Olmstead? This may be the only race that he's never won. He just won last race. Looks good in here with just Little Rocket Man. But on the board, a very chilly one. Our fastest qualifier, number 4, Streaking Little Wagon, who is the fastest qualifier and has won 6 out of 11, but is ice cold, getting absolutely no respect, as a lot of the money has gone to Just a Little Wagon. Be Bougie taking some money as well, as they teamed up for 2-1 right now. But during the saddling, this horse is behaving very nicely in here. Plenty of 3-year-old fillies and colts, as well as a field of 10 set to go out for the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby with the largest purse since 1989. We certainly will fill the wallet and purses of those who are victorious for the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. On your screen, it's Paul Allen's pick. He's got the long shot in here, the announcer with He's a Tear. He is a believer in Tom and Bill Maher's He's a Tear. This 3-year-old gelding goes out for Jason Olmstead. 1 for 13, but has consistently picked up paychecks. 6 second and third place finishes. Ran third in the trial, but it was a very fast one. In fact, the fastest trial we had, because Streaking Little Wagon won that day. Down on the inside, 18-1 on PA's top pick. He's a Tear. The 2 is Making a Miracle. Nick Goodwin trying to outdo himself in here. This 3-year-old filly is already looking for win number 3 and start number 9. She's done everything they've asked her to do. They've tried 350 yards, 330, maybe a race in the mud, 400 yards versus a vicious headwind last time out. 22-1 on Making a Miracle with Canterbury Park's leading quarter horse rider in history, Nick Goodwin. The 3's where my money's going to land. It's with Lunderborg LLC and Jess Rocket Man. This 3-year-old gelding could be the real deal. 5 for 11 and loves it here locally. The Minnesotan has 4 victories from 5 starts. The lone defeat was a very tough second-place finish, but I thought Jess Rocket Man ran them off their feet last time out and could have been saving a little bit, because they won by open lengths, which doesn't happen very often. Jess Rocket Man 5-2, but the fastest qualifier going to be right next door in the gate. It's Streaking Little Wagon for Jason Pasco. He's done an awesome job with this 3-year-old filly. He takes on the boys, but no big deal. She's the fastest qualifier, and she's getting completely disrespected at the wagering windows right now. 5-1 on the filly, who's won 6 out of 11 and a perfect 1-for-1 here at Canterbury Park. The 5 is Paint Me Brown, 9-1 on the board. Pinion gets a call in here for Jose Aguirre. They've been all over it. Another one who's been asked, done everything they've asked. Prairie Meadows, Will Rogers, Remington, you name it, this horse has been there and performed. We'll see if Paint Me Brown can push those earnings up over $125,000 today. The 6 is Just Good Reason. Sa Garcia gets the call in here for Jose Aguirre. They'll be right next door. The stablemates, gatemates today, 31-1 on the board. The 7 is Be Bougie. Be Bougie, 7-2, taking a lot of money in here, 5-1. Of the Ed Ross Hardy runners, I do like Be Bougie. In with a big shot, only lost by a neck behind Streaking Little Wagon. And that trial, awfully fast, and you get a Hall of Fame trainer who's been known to fire when the money is there. The 8 is Western Reserve. Martinez gets the call in here, 18-1 on the board for the Ed Ross Hardy horse. This one looking for the 3rd winner here at Canterbury Park. 3 wins from 8 starts. The 9 is One Cool Dreamer. Valenzuela looking for back-to-back victories. He teamed up with Jason Olmstead for a win in our first quarter horse race of the night. He had a stakes victory last night. He looks for another one in here with One Cool Dreamer on the board. Right at that morning line is 6-1, and the 10 rounds out a very nice field. A DF Favorite Fire as Ed Ross Hardy sends out a trio in here, and he gets his guy, Rye Echoberry, in the saddle at 7-1. A talented field as the field of 10 goes 4 football fields for the $83,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby.
Lynn Dykert, call to the post, brings him onto the track for the 2021 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. And here they are. Number 1 is He's a Tear, owned by Tom and Bill Maher, trained by Jason Olmsted. Randy Vega is in the irons. Number 2 is Making a Miracle, ridden by Nick Goodwin. Making a Miracle is owned by Isaias Barajas, the trainer at Ross Hardy. And number 3 is the current favorite. It's Jess Rocketman, ridden by Edwin Escobedo for Bruce Lunderborg, the trainer, Jason Olmsted. Number 4, Streakin' Lil Wagon. Streakin' Lil Wagon is trained by Jason Pasco, ridden by Stormy Smith, and owned by GFR Equine Services. Number 5 is Paint Me Brown and David Pinon. Paint Me Brown is owned by Porfirio Carrasco, the trainer, Jose Aguirre. Number 6, Jess Good Reason. Jose Aguirre also trains this one for Porfirio Carrasco, Ramiro Garcia, astride. Number 7 is Be Bougie and Eugenio Navarrete Jr. for trainer Ed Ross Hardy, and Running Down a Dream Partners. Western Reserve is number 8. El Salvador Martinez rides for Ed Ross Hardy, and Bob and Julie Peterson own Western Reserve. One Cool Dreamer is number 9. Jockey Luis Valenzuela looks to go back-to-back in the stakes races. Jason Olmsted trains. Brenda Reiswig owns. And the 10 is DF Favorite Fire and Rye Eccleberry. This one is trained by Ed Ross Hardy and owned by XL Farms. It's the $83,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. Best of luck to all of the connections. They'll be at the gate in 5 minutes. It is now post time for the Quarter Horse Derby.
What's the time up there? Can you see it? I can't see it.
And back into the starting gate they go for the $83,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby, 34th running. Throb won this race in '86 back in the Downs days. Zoom On By, who ran last night, was the 2020 champion for B. Thomas Pick, Rye Eccleberry and Corey Rumsey. Trainer Stacy Charette Hill dominated this race 2013 through 2019, winning it 5 times. Holy cow. HR Ebony Princess, most recently 2019, Jess Wagon. We have one back. It is One Cool Dreamer. Jess Rocketman is 9-5. Stand by for the $83,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse. Let it go. And a Favorite Fire fired okay on the outside. So did He's a Tear on the inside. Streaking a little wagon between them with Jess Rocketman running very well from the 9 spot. One Cool Dreamer right in the thick of it. Streaking a little wagon along with Jess Rocketman on the inside. Streaking a little wagon wins at 2-1. Number 4, Streaking Little Wagon, is the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Champion. Quarter Horse Derby Champion, that is. It's 4-3, and a photo for the Tri and Superfectas. 19.68, the final time. The numbers, bottom part of the ticket. 4-3, 9-7. And the 9th race is official. That exacta paid $7.30. Superfecta $11, double $54.50. The pick 3 on races 7, 8, and 9, $94.30. And the trifecta, $18.30. 20 minutes from now is the Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity with a purse of $137,000. Scratch 9, wildly favorable. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and privilege for those of us at Canterbury to welcome Miss Amber Carlisle to the winner's circle. Miss Carlisle is our quarter horse racing secretary, and Amber has the trophy presentation to the winning connections in the circle now. It's Streaking a Little Wagon and Stormy Smith. Jason Pasco is the winning owner with GFR Equine Services, and Mr. Pasco also trains Streaking Little Wagon. This filly is a 3-year-old by Fast Prize Jordan out of La Jolla's Fortune. Bred in Oklahoma by GFR Equine. That's a triple play for Jason Pasco in the $83,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. Winning jockey Stormy Smith is in the winner's enclosure with B.A.
Stormy, you got used to this horse down in Oklahoma, a couple races down at Remington, rode her 3 times down there, got a victory. Was there anything you learned down there that made you successful today?
Yeah, I got on her a lot this winter and stuff, so it helps to know them some. But she's a real neat horse to ride, and she stands up in there and leaves and runs her butt off every time.
For a 3-year-old filly, she seems to break on top each and every time. Today was straight and strong. Is there any added pressure as a jockey going into the gate, knowing you're the fastest qualifier and on a really nice one?
No, sir, I don't think so. Most of the pressure's on trial day. Once you get qualified, and it's pretty much pressure's off. Just go have fun.
Stormy Smith gets the job done in the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby. He's got an opportunity for a big one with Vic Hansen next with He's Resilient. More stakes action coming up next.
Quarter horse derby. Did it go? And a favorite Fire fired okay on the outside. So did He's a Tear on the inside. Streaking a little wagon between them with Jess Rocketman running very well from the 9 spot. One Cool Dreamer right in the thick of it. Streaking a little wagon along with Jess Rocketman on the inside. Streaking a little wagon wins at 2-1. And now to the big spot quarter horse race of the entire season, the Northlands Futurity for $137,000. This is the 34th running, and the 6-5 favorite is this guy, Trace Elegance. 6-5. Watch this. Pop the gate super professionally with a headwind and just cut through that wind like a wonderful, wonderful 2-year-old, and opened up 2, which obviously in quarter horse racing is a lot, and held it or extended it to the wire. This has the makings of a very, very nice horse. The question is he beatable? Our analyst, Brian Aragoni, is in the favorites beating business. Is this favorite beatable?
Well, for side wager purposes, absolutely, I do think so. A very nice person here, $137,000 on the line in this race coming up, and I do think Trace Elegance is a deserving favorite. But like we saw in the last race, your fastest qualifier is getting overlooked. That filly who just won went off at 2-1, wasn't even bet down to the favorite. Now our fastest qualifier is going to be right next door to Trace Elegance in the 7-hole, is again getting overlooked for almost the exact same connections. Jason Pashko with I Live for Candy. Now do note Pashko won race number 9. He looks to sweep these nice stakes races in here with the fastest qualifier I Live for Candy, but Paul Allen's top selection in Trace Elegance, who was dominant in that trial on July 28th, is currently taking all the action at 7-5. We'll see if that changes around as they get closer to the gate, as we're just 11 minutes away from the $137,000 Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity. The excitement is palpable down here in the paddock on what turned out to be a beautiful night in Shakopee, Minnesota, as we go out for the late daily double in here. Field of 10 will go to the gate. The distance going to be 350 yards. Down on the inside, it's Invincible, Luis Valenzuela and Jason Olmstead. This one got the maiden breaking score 3 races back on June 22nd, has found winners much tougher the last couple races, but has been knocking on the door, only beaten by a length last time out in a fast qualifier. Was the beaten favorite at 6-5, but did lose to True, who's right next door at 7-1. True won the qualifying race, beating Invincible. Garcia gets the call in here, still lightly raced. That's the good sign with this 2-year-old colt, only making start number 3 today, looking for win number 2 with True. The 3 is Modest Maven. Navarrete gets the call in here for Jason Olmstead. Olmstead going to be a consistent name you'll hear from a trainer perspective, as he has a 1-3-5 along with the 10 on the outside. 4 opportunities to bring him home. A Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity. Modest Maven, maybe the best price of them all, 12-1 on the board. The 4 is He's Resilient. Stormy Smith looking to sweep these stakes races. He won last race, got an interview, and he looks for another one in here. He's Resilient for Vic Hansen, the Oklahoma bred. 5 starts. Broke in a tangle last time out, but Nick Goodwin didn't panic at all. They went off at 7-5, ran straight, ran good, and I thought He's Resilient was much best of that trial. 12-1, certainly a value player in here, and I've talked to media specialist and Canterbury guru. He loves He's Resilient on top for the Qs. The 5 is Bring Back My Vodka. Escobedo and Jason Olmstead. A maiden in here, but what could be better than being a maiden no more? Well, being a maiden no more with over $137,000 purse to get the maiden breaking score. Why not? With Summer Run's Bring Back My Vodka at 7-1. Taking some action for the maiden, who does look excellent down here in the walking ring. This horse doesn't know they're a maiden. On the toes, on the muscle, looks picture perfect for Bring Back My Vodka. The 6 is Trace Elegance, Paul Allen's top selection. I was talking to KG. He likes his horse a fair amount as well. And why not? You get the Hall of Fame trainer in Ed Ross Hardy. This 2-year-old colt already has 2 victories, many of them looking for their first victory, if not their second victory. Trace Elegance already has 2 victories under his belt, and one of his defeats was a second-place finish. He powerhoused home on your screen you saw before the paddock preview. He looks to do so again in here. He broke from the inside last time. We'll see how he handles being in the middle of the gate today, 9-5 as the one to beat. But the one to bet for me, it's I Live for Candy. Nick Goodwin and Jason Pashko. Nick Goodwin had opportunities to ride elsewhere. He lands here as Pashko looks for back-to-back winners. The fastest qualifier disrespected on the board at 3-1. It is I'm the Man Delphin. Pinion gets the call in here for Jose Aguirre. Another maiden, fastest to qualify, improving each and every start. A 5th, a 4th, a 3rd. Could it be more today for I'm the Man Delphin in the 10 on the outside? He's tough enough.
Olmsted sends 4 to the track, the longest Olmsted on the board. We've seen it before. Can we see it again for our perennial leading trainer here at Canterbury Park, Jason Olmsted, as a very nice field set to go 350 yards for the Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity.
Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post for the Big Spot Quarter Horse Race. It's the $137,000 Mystic Lake Northland Futurity, and here they are. Number 1 is Invincible with LAV, Luis Valenzuela for Brenda Reiswig and Jason Olmsted. Ippolito Michael Valverde owns and trains True. Ramiro Garcia rides. Eugenio Navarrete Jr. handles number 3, Modest Maven. The owners, Butch and Stephanie Webb, and the trainer, Jason Olmsted. Vic Hansen trains number 4, He's Resilient, for Glacia Fagan. Jockey Stormy Smith tries to go back-to-back in the big money races. Edwin Escobedo rides number 5, Bring Back My Vodka, for Paul Ludemann's Summer Run Inc. and trainer Jason Olmsted. Number 6, and the 2-to-1 favorite, Trace Elegance. The owner, Angelica Alamon Rodriguez. The trainer, Ed Ross Hardy. The rider, El Salvador Martinez. Nick Goodwin rides number 7, I Live for Candy. The owner, Milena Quishan. The trainer, Jason Pesco. Jose Aguirre trains number 8, I Am the Man Delphin. David Pinon rides, and the owner is Adam Briones. Number 10, He's Tough Enough, and Randy Vega for Brenda Reiswig and trainer Jason Olmsted. 9 line up for the $137,000 Northlands Futurity. This is the 34th running, and they'll be at the gate in 3 minutes. Don't get shut out. The 2-year-olds are arriving at the starting gate. It is now post time for the 2021 Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity. Best of luck to all of the connections sweating this one out here at Canterbury Park. $137,000 in purse money. Trace Elegance, 6-5 in favored. Ms. Goldbug won this race in '86 back in the Downs days. John Peterson was the rider for trainer Kevin Bickenstaff and owner T.L. Culver. The purse back then, $60,000. The biggest purse we have had in this race was in 2017, $167,000. A Jordan Reed won it for Ed Ross Hardy. Oscar Delgado rode for the Kendricks brothers. Trainer Jason Olmstead has won this race 4 of the last 6 years. Eagle Span, very talented, won it in 2015. And most recently, 2019, 5-bar Bodie, Christian Escada rode. Trace Elegance favored at 6-5. And the last one in is He's Tough Enough. Here they come. It's the Northlands Futurity. They're racing. Trace Elegance got jostled around a little bit, but still came out fast. So did Invincible to the inside. And between them is Bring Back My Vodka. After that is He's Resilient. Inside is True. It is Trace Elegance, True. And True is true indeed. At 7-1, the Northlands Futurity champion. And the Northlands Futurity is official. This one is provided by Mystic Lake and co-sponsored by Spandau Ballet Limited. 2461. The $1 exacta paid $43.30. True paid $17 for a $2 win wager. Trifecta $59 and a nickel. Superfecta $51.16. Double $40.50. The 50-cent pick 3 paid nearly $600. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it is True and Ramiro Garcia. The winning owner and trainer, Ippolito Michael Valverde. The victorious True is a 2-year-old bay colt by separate interest out of Love You, Miss Jess, bred in Texas by Latla Kessinger. The 2021 Northland Futurity champion, this is True. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the winner's enclosure Canterbury Park CEO, Mr. Randall Sampson. Randall is in the charm circle, making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Northland Futurity, the season's richest quarter horse race. Thank you very much, Randall. '11th, 20 minutes from now. Scratch number 4, Holly Jess is sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, to the winner's enclosure, and with the victorious jockey with the Northlands Futurity, here's B.A.
True and Romero take down the big one in here, and the excitement is awesome down here in the winner's circle. Going into the gate, what are the emotions? The horse seemed to break straight in that race.
Yeah, that last time I seen his last race, he'd always break left. And then with us last time, he tried fighting left. But this time, man, he just broke perfect. Stood in there well, and I mean, he's still a stud. He's still colt. He's relaxed. He was ready. He's game, all game.
I'm sure you've won some big races in your life, but this is the most prestigious quarter horse race we have all year here at Canterbury Park. How does it feel?
Oh, it's awesome. I came here last year. I really like it out here, and today, I mean, even more. So, yeah, really awesome track. Recommend it out here. Fun time.
Awesome track, awesome jock, and awesome horse as True and Ramiro Garcia take down the Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity.
racing. Trace Elegance got jostled around a little bit, but still came out fast. So did Invincible to the inside. And between them is Bring Back My Vodka. After that is He's Resilient. Inside is True. It is Trace Elegance, True, and True is True indeed.
What a race that was as True takes the Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity. Didn't break on top, but certainly finished on top with a powerhouse performance by True, who's now won 2 out of 3 and wins the richest quarter horse race we'll have all season long. Congratulations to the winning connections as a very excited Paddock, and rightfully so for True down in the winner's circle. Down on the inside, it's SW the Redeemer, Stormy Smith, and Jason Pashko in here. And Stormy's already got a stakes victory along with Jason Pashko, and they'll look to get a maiden breaking score in here with SW the Redeemer, who's broke straight and had the lead each and every time, but hasn't gone on with it. So how do you correct that? Well, cut back 100 yards. That's exactly what they do with SW the Redeemer, who's had no trouble breaking out of the gate or getting to the lead. It's getting to the finish line first. There'll be a big cutback, and that'll be an important cutback in here with SW the Redeemer as Stormy Smith looks for another one in here. SW the Redeemer, the one to beat, but is it the one to bet? We'll find out. And number 2 is Vega getting the call. Pedro Andazola sending this one out. Lightly raced, only one career start and had a ton of trouble. Veered at the break, never had an opportunity in here. We'll see if DG Victory and Valhalla can get the job done. The 3 is Relentless Dream. Amaya gets the call in here for Tyler Stein. Tyler Stein, our trainer of the month, so big congratulations to him, and we'll see if he can keep things going in the winning direction. This one has never been heavily bet. In fact, has never been under 15-1. Today, the morning line 7-2, currently on the board at 5-1. Relentless Dream for Tom Maher, trying to get the job done for our trainer of the month and Tyler Stein. The 5 is Shakur out. Martinez getting the call for Alan Hibshaw in here. An 8th place finish last time out. Had a terrible, terrible beginning. That was down at Prairie Meadows. The best career race, in my opinion, did come here at Canterbury Park. At this distance, finished pretty strong, and I think needed the race last time. They were the beaten favorite here at Canterbury, but now they're on the board at 13-1 with Shakir out. The 6 is DG Armageddon. Dominguez getting the call in here for Andazola. He's got the stablemates. He's got both the 2 as well as the 6. Dominguez rode this one last time. They went off at 35-1 on July 28th. Firing right back. Every right to improve on the board at a big number. The 7 is Chicago Knights. Jose Aguirre and David Pinion should be safe in this paddock. We'll see if Chicago Knights can find a safe home in the winner's circle. The 2-year-old filly, 0-2, a 7th place finish last time out, but it's a little bit misleading, only beaten by 2 lengths, and the money's come in 7-2 on Chicago Knights. The 8 is Drink Relentlessly. Escobedo and Jason Olmstead in here. Has broke well each and every time, but has burned money the last 2 times. Bet down to even money back-to-back starters. It looks like the bettors have hopped off. Maybe it's time for you to hop on. 7-2 on Drink Relentlessly. And the Mexico bred on the outside. Apolitical James, Nick Goodwin, Bemidji's own Nick Goodwin, our leading rider in Canterbury Park quarter horse history, Nick Goodwin. Apolitical James trying to get the job done at 5-1, but SW the Redeemer trying to make everyone a believer. 9 minutes away to the nightcap. Live racing returns tomorrow. See y'all then, and drive safely.
It's the end of the line for Wednesday racing. We conclude quarter horses with a maiden. This one is 250 yards. Scratch the 4. Holly Jess is sweet. We're left with a field of 8. Please make the jockey on number 2, Randy Vega. There's also an ownership change on number 7, Chicago Knights. We're 7 minutes away from the 11th, which offers Win Place Show, Exactus Tries, and 10-cent Supers. In this field of 8, the rail horse SW the Redeemer is your 9 to 5 favorite. Remember, if you go home with some cash or if you're walking out and you want to take a walk through the card room, we've got some big jackpots. We're growing with Blazing Sevens Blackjack past $37,000. Face Up Pie Gow is approaching $150,000. Mississippi Studs over $75,000. If you've never tried these games before, we have very helpful and friendly dealers willing to teach you the ropes in the Canterbury card room. There's also a full bar, there's lots of food, and it's fully air conditioned. We're now 6 minutes away from the 11th, and if you get lucky, take a walk through the card room. It's open all night. Thanks for joining us on this Northlands Futurity Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow at about 5 o'clock. PA will take you through the last one today.
And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Puck Battle Classic.
We're tied.
The Redeemer, 4-5. One out. Apolitical James, the last in line. Redeemer, 4-5. Here they come to close Wednesday, right out here at the bar. Uh-oh, 9, rearing. Ooh, everybody else freaking out. 6, ooh. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 6, DG Armageddon. On the advice of the track veterinarian, refunds for number 6 available right now. For win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagers, pick 3 and 4 wagers, including number 6. Head to the starting favorite in the 11th. And there will be a consolation double paid from the winner of the Northlands Futurity, true, to number 6, DG Armageddon. Getting the starting gate squared away, and we will let them rip in a couple of minutes. For race 11, take 2.
No, I was pulling him. I was pulling him because Johnny's feet were not touching anything.
Last one, Apolitical James for a second time. Redeemer, even money. SW the Redeemer. All right.
Locked up.
They're racing. The Redeemer came out like a shot. So did Relentless Dream outside of that. Chicago Knights. Relentless Dream firing in on the far outside. Apolitical James chasing but not catching the Redeemer. The winner of race 11, a pick 4 favorite, is SW the Redeemer. One 5 2 7. Chalk all evens. Unofficial. Official. Final exacta $6. Superfecta 64 and change. Final double $7.20. Pick 3 and 4 action from the scratched 6 did go to the favorite and winner. If you played the pick 3 or pick 4. That pick 4 paid $513, and the final winner was the Redeemer. $13.52 the final time. The Redeemer paid $3.80 for a $2 win wager. Also closed a double that paid $17. Favored was the Redeemer. $513 things to say about this victorious one. But the only one needed is into the winner's enclosure, SW the Redeemer. Big night for Stormy Smith and trainer Jason Pasco. The winning owner, Milena Quishin. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you have joined us on site or online, thank you very much. We race at Canterbury tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock. On behalf of our management team, television department, and those of us in the Dark Star press box, thank you very, very much for your patronage. And if you are leaving the racetrack and need money, find the Redeemer. Good night. They're racing. The Redeemer came out like a shot. So did Relentless Dream. Outside of that, Chicago Knights. Relentless Dream firing in on the far outside. Apolitical James chasing but not catching the Redeemer.